Дорогие друзья, мы
Dear
приветствуем
friends, we welcome all who have joined the creative meeting with the author of the film Beauty is the Undergarment of Truth, HPV, by Oleg Martynov. Our meeting is dedicated to the White Lotus Day, the Memorial Day of Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Today, the whole world pays tribute to the veneration and recognition to our great compatriot. Today, we have with us online and offline theosophists, scientists, researchers, public organizations, people who pay tribute their veneration to HPV. So, dear friends, we welcome cities of the Russian Federation, Vitebsk, Cheboksary, Bryansk, Sochi, Nizhny Novgorod, Kaliningrad, Kaspiysk, Barnaul, Makhachkala, Smolensk, Kazan, Krasnoarmeysk, Chelyabinsk, Vladivostok, Kemerovo, Saratov, Уфа, Краснодар, Воронеж, Екатеринбурg, Рязань, Самара, Karelia, Krasnoyarsk, St. Petersburg, and Moscow. Dear friends, we also welcome representatives of countries: Dagestan, the Philippines, Italy, the United States, India, Portugal, Finland, Belarus, Moldova, the UK, Armenia, Korea, France, Turkey, Belgium, Norway, Canada, Indonesia, and Ethiopia, the Netherlands, and Bangladesh. Dear friends, our foreign partners, people who pay tribute to HPV, we welcome you online. And now the word goes to the filmmaker and film operator who has made over 40 films and TV series, the laureate of the reward for films, the director traveler Oleg Fedorovich Martynov. Hello. I will also join to all the words of gratitude dedicated to Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. You all have come here, and I thank you for that. The film that you are going to watch, and maybe most of you have already watched, for me was a kind of a symbol, a continuation of my work, of my creative work, apart from my profession. And this is a big part of my life. So I welcome you to watch this film. And if you have any questions after the show, I will be glad to answer them. Thank you. So, dear friends, we will introduce you to a unique material. This is the first psychological movie that we were able to watch during the 60th Theosophical Congress. And today you have a unique opportunity to watch all the 4 parts of the film. Of course, after each part, we will have a round table. So please write down your questions so you don't forget them, because Oleg Fedorovich will answer all of your questions in person. So, dear friends, love and light, we welcome all of you once again. Here is the movie Truth is the Undergarment of Beauty is the Undergarment of Truth, Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, by Oleg Martynov.
Good afternoon, Father. This is Svetlana, Moscow region. May I ask you, why the Russian Orthodox Church does not approve reading the works of Helena Blavatsky and Helena Rerik? Would you come to our studio? We could open the secret doctrine on any page. According to text, I could ask Blavatsky any question. The main one is, where from have you taken all this? She may answer, from God. I would then ask her, from which God? It is not our Holy Trinity. No, it's something else. That is why Helena Blavatsky is a messenger of Satanism, as well as the whole Rurik family, especially Helena Rurik. Good message. The Book of John, chapter 9. Parable about the blind who received his sight. They said unto him, How were thine eyes opened? He answered, A man that is called Jesus made clay, and anointed my eyes, and said unto me, Go and wash. And I went and washed, and I received my sight. Then said some of the Pharisees, This man is not of God. They said to him again, What did he to thee? How opened he thine eyes? He answered them, I have told you already, and ye did not hear. Wherefore would ye hear it again? Will ye also be his disciples? Then they reviled him and said, Thou art his disciple, but we are Moses' disciples. We know that God spake unto Moses. As for this fellow, we know not from whence he is. Helena Petrovna Blavatsky was born on 12 August 1831 in Novorussia in the city of Yekaterinoslavl, established by Count Potemkin. In that year, the most severe epidemic raged in Russia, Asian cholera. Whole settlements became extinct, towns were devastated. Even a brother of Tsar Nicholas I, Great Duke Konstantin Pavlovich, fell a victim. Cholera revolts began. In Petersburg, a furious crowd committed devastation. Being afraid of bloodshed, Nicholas I addressed citizens. Verily, it is shameful for Russian people to imitate violence of Frenchmen and Poles. Crowd fell on their knees. The Tsar called up an elder, kissed him, and then left. Birth of Helena Petrovna in this threefold tragic time resembles intention of the spirit. From her first till last breath, she was involved in the battle of forces, and it was her destiny, but not the mission. The child was born prematurely. First dead were mourned at the estate. Coffins were made for the future. For the next day after the birth, on the 13th August. On a stuffy August day, baptism ceremony was held at the home church. 2-year-old Nadia, an auntie of the newly born, holding a burning candle, got too tired and sleepy and burned the priest's cassock. It happened when godparents were renouncing Satan, 3 times spitting to his side. There exists something crossing the limits of religions, a divine force that creates them. Her look slides over the seized waters of the saved soul. With this daughter, touched by my breath, everything will be fine. It's morning. A day promises to be wonderful as the childhood of Helena. spent on the banks of Volga River, near Saratov city, in the estate of her grandfather, Andrei Mikhailovich. Aroma of meadow herbs permeated the depths of surrounding space. Breathing was so easy. A small girl, encouraged by nobody, from infancy receives insights in her consciousness. From memoirs of her sister Vera Zhelichovsky. 10 versts away from the governor's estate was a wide earth strip, once being a sea bottom. Hardened remains of shells, herbs, fishes, and some monsters unknown to us could be found there. Helena stretched out fully on the sand, propping up her chin with the palms, dreamt aloud in bright visions. She narrated about the wondrous life of a sea bottom, how azure waves slide over the golden sand, about the bright corals and stalactite caves. And once she suddenly jumped on her feet with amazement, enthusiasm, and horror on her face. Helena cried, "Water! Look! The wave rolls on us! It is closer and closer! It hangs over us! The sea came! The sea! We sink!" And with a shout full of horror and admiration, she crashed down to the sand. Other kids fell down after her, crying and covering heads with their hands. "Helen, why are you scaring the children? Some of them still cry." It is a grandmother, Helena Pavlovna Fadeev, the knee Duchess Dolgorukov. Family tree of HPB is connected with the aristocratic dynasties of France, Russia, and Germany. Her father, Peter Alexeyevich von Hahn, came from the clan of German knights. From her mother lineage, she belonged to the branch of legendary Rurikovs. Dolgorukov's clan originated from the Holy Duke Mikhail Chernigovsky, executed in Golden Horde for his refusal to worship pagan gods. Helena's mother, well-known writer, author of 9 novels, soon passed away. The girl was further raised by her grandmother, widely educated woman who knew 5 languages. She wrote books on botanic, archaeology, geology, history, folklore. Her archive is impressive. 1 volume of Malorussia songs, 4 volumes of drawings of the Russian military, armor, weaponry, military suits, and also the ancient utensils. 8 volumes of poetry, ballads, and parables, 17 volumes of botanics, 10 volumes of drawings of the butterflies, insects, and birds. Strength of the spirit of knowledge is immeasurable, able to turn habitual and mundane into a freshness and charm. Small Helena's sight slid through the space into the other worlds, where butterflies were becoming the heralds and guards of eternity, protectors of the golden pollen of knowledge. They carry her on their wings, pouring a rain of golden pollen over her. Helena loved so much this huge old house, full of secrets and ghosts. There were many staircases inside, corridors, and mysterious rooms. From her memoirs. My great-grandfather from maternal side, Duke Pavel Vasilievich Dolgorukov, had a strange library containing hundreds of volumes on alchemy, magic, and occult sciences. These books looked at me with the glance of centuries. I read them with deepest interest, and soon neither Paracelsus nor Agrippa or Knuthard could teach me anything more. From Memoirs of Vera Zhelichovsky. We sat for hours, captured by her fantastic stories. Stretched on a favorite effigy of a big seal called Tim, she narrated his adventures as if told by himself, in such bright colors that even adults were involuntarily attracted by narration. Once, passing by, her grandmother heard voices behind the door. One was Helena's, and the other belonged to some unknown man, apparently old and sick. He coughed all the time. Grandmother slightly opened the door and almost fainted. Her granddaughter Helena sat on the sofa, and down at her feet was laying the seal, alive. Raising his mustache muzzle, he narrated something, coughing time to time. Hardly breathing for fear, grandmother closed the door, rushed to her icons, and began to pray. Calmed down, grandmother came back, and with a roaring bell in her heart, opened the door. Helena slept on the seal, and he was embracing her. "It only seemed to me," she murmured. But after several years, narrating this story, having made me to swear silence, she whispered, "No, nothing seemed to me. They sat both of them there, Lelia on the sofa and seal on the floor." I myself had such abilities from the age of 4, recollected Blavatsky. Invisible beings torrentially rushed around me, and only a light whiff was betraying their presence. I used to tell them, "Welcome, dear friends. I open my heart to you, and you send me a help from your beautiful dimensions." Lelia, finally I found you. Oh, all these pigeons around you." I put them to bed. In amazement, Vera watched dozens of birds who slept around her sister. Others crowded near. "Do you know their secret?" And Helena's heart, during these lonely, hardly won 3 minutes, trembled with hope, intrinsic for youth, hope for a freedom, and flight of a bird. Sounded the final accord of her childhood. The family was shifting to the place of a new appointment in Transcaucasia. Helena was telling goodbye to her old house, to her beloved closets, the halls of freedom, as she called them, where, being alone, she read the old legends, Solomon's parables. Eternity was becoming the wholeness, happiness, a chalice filled with nectar, and she drank it with full gulps. In this subtle stream, an image of her patron was present invisibly, in inspiration, feeling, and thought. Great is the day you enter, great is the day you leave behind. In 1847, Fadeyev's family shifted to Tiflis and settled in a spacious estate of Duke Alexander Chavchavadze. Fadeyev's circle of connections and acquaintances was huge. Visits, receptions, balls, talks about marriage drove Helena to despair. Later, she wrote in her diary, "A woman finds her happiness in acquisition of supernatural powers. Love is just a bad dream and nonsense." Heir of a courageous in the past clan, she inherited spirit of a warrior, a fiery strength, demanding action. Having saddled a horse, escaping to open spaces, breathing a mountain air, and looking to distance, toward shining tops, where human thoughts come closer to God's. Sharp, majestic forms of Caucasus mountains, rustle of waterfalls, were bringing the call, still not clear or distinct, but exciting and abiding. Spiritual maturity of Helena, her ethical depths, allowed her to realize early that the only real actor in the theater of life is the spirit. In these images, Helena passionately searched a signal from the soul of things, in the form of a gesture or unexpected word. From memoirs of her aunt Nadezhda. Once, a governess with challenge declared that because of her character, Helena will never get married. Even an old man, Blavatsky, whom she considers a wretched crow, won't marry her. Helena stood still, light of the afternoon sun reflected in her semi-covered eyes. They flashed rebellious sparks. On the warrior path, women do not argue. They allow everything to happen when there is a special goal, when all is weighed and verified, and then cast it away. "We shall see," whispered Helena, "whether I like it or not." 3 days after, during reception where Blavatsky was also present, Helena addressed him in front of everybody. "Nikifor Vasilievich, you are single, and I'm a marriageable girl. Marry me." Silence covered the hall, and Helena, receiving Blavatsky's consent, left. Wedding ceremony took place on 7 July 1849 at the Armenian church in Jalal-Ogli town. Concluding part of drama begins. Everything settled, Helena's appearance is in the first act. She is the main hero. Within 3 weeks, she will be 18. The bridegroom, Nikifor Vasilievich Blavatsky, 40 years of age, officer on special duties to the governor of Tiflis. "You have to esteem your husband and obey him," sounded the words of a priest from the altar. Helena turned pale. "Of course not," she murmured through her clenched teeth. Helena's sister concludes this story. The same day after the lunch, newlyweds started for mountain settlement of Dachechilak. Reaching first mountain ledge, everybody halted. Lelia waved her scarf. Courts lifted their shaggy peaks as a farewell sign. Some of them fired from their guns, and the train left. I cried bitterly. It was a first, sad separation, the end of childhood, adolescence, the end of everything so dear to me. The very next day after the wedding, Helena attempted to escape. She failed. From that moment, Helena was everywhere accompanied Safar Ali Beg Ibrahim Begogli. He was too reliable security guard. Thought of escape was excluded for a long time. Blavatsky's claims to marital duties of his wife were justified, but unthinkable for Helena. She did not quite belong to this world, and through a fierce desire for freedom, she moved her perception beyond morality and feelings. On this path, she knew how to wade. The landscape surrounding her offered an image of calmness and tranquility. The mountains shielded her with their protection. The Kurdish guard narrated to her the legends about his tribe, mysterious and wandering. Mount Ararat towered above them with its biblical greatness. Helena does not grieve. She is joyful. Her joy comes from the acceptance of her destiny and her coming future path. After 3 months of staying in confinement, Helena succeeded to run away. She recollected. I had never become a wife of Blavatsky. I will swear till death about it, in spite of staying with him 3 months under one roof. At 18 years of age, Helena accomplished an impudent enterprise, total breakup with the past, departure from Russia, and beginning of a great search. In Kerch, Helena cheated servants accompanying her and stepped aboard English sailing vessel Commodore. At night, the ship headed for Constantinople. Freedom, the wind of freedom, the breeze of hope. It flew from elevated heights, awakening a new note which couldn't be easily recognized in the plains. The voice of the Master. For the last time, embrace your dear ones. Embrace them from your very depth, because at this moment you are crossing the line, separating spirit from the matter. In the lists of lives, your name is summoned. Your path is outlined in this beautiful and furious world. No one laying his hand upon the plough and looking back is fit for the kingdom of God. The Holy Gospel of Luke. The riddle of the era. The Sphinx of the 19th century. The messenger of Shambhala. The messenger. The message. At the time of a global flood, when Noah's Ark plowed the waters of a boundless ocean, and the water wasn't subsiding yet, a dove brought the message of salvation, an olive branch. From remote depths of time and space, Blavatsky brought the message about the masters of wisdom. For the first time, they revealed their planetary existence to the world and pronounced their names. Master Moria, Master Kudhumi. It was an act of a cosmic creation, proclaiming to the world a new era of knowledge in which religion and science should become one, religion of a new body and renewed spirit. The masters chose Blavatsky to be their terrestrial voice. She will require long 20 years of discipleship before her voice starts sounding a purified note, and she will cross this path to the last span, enchanted and breathless. Constantinople, the Millennium capital of one resisted Byzantine Empire. Conquered by Turkic tribes in the 15th century and becoming a cradle of several civilizations with rich and saturated culture. Early childhood of Helena was spent in the midst of stern soldiers commanded by her father, Colonel Peter Alexeyevich von Hahn. Soldiers were her nurses, and before learning to walk, she was already sitting in the saddle. Later, on field exercises, headlong, she galloped on the first available Cossack horse. Now, this experience became helpful. Being in a foreign country, without friends and documents, needing means of livelihood, she easily got a job in a local circus and performed in equestrian numbers there. Helena Petrovna recollected, "In Constantinople, I badly needed some money and planned to earn 1,000 coins reward for a horse racing steeplechase winner at the racetrack. 18 jumps on a wild racer that have just killed 2 stablemen. I was able to overcome 16 barriers, but just before the 17th one, my horse suddenly reared, overturned on his back, and crushed me. The last thing I saw was a man of a huge growth, dressed not in a Turkish style, pulling out from under horse bloody clothes. I remember his face. I've seen it before. This strength is familiar to me from my childhood." The sun has turned to the west. Cloudless sky was evenly flooded by an orange golden glow. When the sun touches the horizon, you should be quiet and filled with strength. You stand where you ought to stand. The following can become your plan. Choose something and call it the beginning. Stand face to face with the beginning, allowing it to lead you. If you have an intention, the Spirit will show a proper time, extent, and forms of exploration. Start right now. In Constantinople, Helena was strongly impressed by whirling dervishes. Rotating around the axis, they fall in trance with their spirit liberated from pressure of a physical body. The founder of this religious mystical sect was Jalal ad-Din Rumi, a 13th century Persian poet and philosopher. His poem, The Hidden Essence, is considered a sacred book after the Quran. Rumi perfected dervishes' dance, adding it a meditational character. Various schools of mystical Sufism later proceeded from this practice. Helena Petrovna admired artistic subtlety of the Sufis' ritualistic techniques based on rotational and vibrational forces of the universe. The wisdom and madness in this dance is one and the same. On the path of love, a friend and by-going stranger is one and the same. Once you drank the wine of oneness, what will be your creed? You address everybody, a brother, Jalal ad-Din Rumi. who wants to win, take not a sword, take the power of Allah, saying from the Quran. I give you a new commandment, love one another. The Gospel of John. It was the call, illumination, the first serious lesson of discipleship, when all-conquering power of love raised Helena to that pinnacle of happiness where the creating one meets the creator. Once you drank the wine of oneness, what will be your creed? You address everybody, a brother. In Constantinople, Helena got acquainted with Countess Kisilova, and further they traveled together. In her letter to Synod, Blavatsky wrote, "In India, I was in a man's suit. In the same outfit, I traveled across Egypt with an old Countess Kisilova. She even liked seeing me dressed as a student, sort of student chevalier, as she used to say. Images and symbols of bygone eternities. Priests and priestesses of the majestic temples of antiquity attracted her with a hidden force and vague, unclear sign of pertaining to spiritual reality. Helena crossed the youth Rubicon, and its curtain came down. Another life began, a passionate thirst for knowledge, thirst to know the habits and customs of peoples, search for truth and honor. Once Helena recollected, I traveled across the desert with one Copt, a white magician. At the night halt, I admitted, I really want to have a cup of French coffee with milk. Sure, if you like so. Magician went towards the loaded camel and returned with a cup of coffee. With delight I drank my coffee in small sips, telling joyfully there wasn't better coffee even in Paris. Magician watched in silence. But what happened? Coffee disappeared. There was water in the cup. Picture that unfolded in front of your eyes was the repository of strength. Fog, darkness, storm, fire, desert, parts of the battle of power. Above all, we live in the world of energy. Only after that, in the world of things. Yes, we are of flesh and blood, and still, from light and spirit. Never forget, each person contains everything. Only he alone is the creator of his own path. Tell me in the morning, in the hour of the rising sun, what has been done for eternity, for the sun, for the life. When the searching one experiences the sun's rays and hypersolar beams, his confidence will get stronger. American Professor Rawson wrote in his book Two Madame Blavatskys, "During my travels on the Middle East, I often heard her name in Tripoli, Damascus, Jerusalem, Cairo. Blavatsky was interested in mystic section of the Lebanese Druzes. The main religious doctrine of the Druzes consists in abstract oneness of the God. With me, she talked about such things which are known only to those who received their initiation. In her article, Lamas and Druzes, Blavatsky herself writes, "It is extremely strange that both lamas and druses have the same statistics. They calculate the age of the greater part of mankind as 1,333,000,000 years. When good and evil get balanced on the scales of human acts, then the breath of wisdom in the blink of an eye will sweep away 666 million people from the face of the earth. Remaining 666 million people will have wisdom incarnated in them." There must be an allegorical meaning laid down in this. The inner circle of her travels was coming to an end. Spiritual revelations were followed by unclear feelings of sorrow and expectation. In her letter to Duke Dundukov, Blavatsky wrote, "In Athens, Egypt, the Euphrates, wherever I went, I searched for my astral gem. I lived among whirling dervishes, druses of Livan mountain, Marabutians of Damascus, but I have never found it." Stone is an allegory. There was a search for the master. Without a shadow of a doubt, she knew about the reality of his existence, because the lines of their lives crossed well before she was born. Search for the unknown turned her way north. What a beautiful force directs those travelers, wanderers. "I'm just a wanderer on the earth," are the words of a Russian romance. "I'm just a wanderer on the earth among the toil, struggle, and pain. A chosen one in happy share, I sing the song of love and will to the beauty, to the shrine of mine." In Paris, Blavatsky stayed for a while with her friend, the Countess Bagration Mukhtarsky. In May 1851, they both shifted to London and settled in the Hotel Mayavards. The first World Industrial Exhibition. The city became an extraordinary spectacle. The world has seen nothing like this before. The pavilion Crystal Palace of 1 million square feet accommodated over 100,000 exhibits. Within several months, the pavilion was visited by more than 6 million people. It was itself an outstanding exhibit, a sample of the creative genius, a promise of the golden age. Architect Le Corbusier would say about it in the 20th century, "I couldn't take my eyes off from its triumphant harmony." At the opening of the exhibition spoke Queen Victoria. "We live in the era of great changes. Wonders of technological progress destroy the borders between peoples, and we should hope sincerely that the closeness of peoples will lead to peace and harmony on the whole planet." After visiting the exhibition, Countess Bagration Mukhtarsky continued her journey alone. Helena remained in London. She got a premonition. Receiving money from her father, she shifted to another hotel and froze in anticipation. In her diary she wrote, "Suffering from everything, tired of the poor Countess Bagration, I slipped onto the Waterloo Bridge, experiencing a strong desire to die. This temptation has been growing, and this time I did not try to resist. Dirty waters of the Thames seemed to me a desirable bed." Unforgettable. On 12th August 1851, I met Master M from my dreams. It was her birthday. Helena became 20. In her letter to Sinet she wrote, "I saw him twice. First time he was in a team of Indian delegation. He came out of the crowd and told me to wait in Hyde Park. Second time, in Hyde Park. His voice sounded a note familiar for years. Glitter of a sword in your struggle has been noticed by us. We need you. We do not promise you earthly happiness. We promise you will give your heart to the highest. Your destiny will be connected with India, but it would happen later, after 28-30 years. By now, you go and learn about this country." A flock of birds noisily rose into the sky. Birds flew and disappeared in the east in the direction of the first beam of dawn, proclaiming the end of a night and the beginning of a new day. Man is free to ascend to immeasurable heights. From some point of her silent existence, Helena knew that the way to India for her lies through America. Spirit acquainted her with the places of her future labor: America, India, London. Wild and daring in its primordial beauty, the nature of North America fascinates the soul. Stone legends narrate about the disappearance of the whole continents and early human races. These places sheltered the best ancient warriors. Till now their spirit is an imperishable, hot and fit force, directed towards the God of the world and beauty. They will name themselves the people of the wolf. During the day, they will flee from the nastiness of human madness. And during the night, they will contemplate the pale face of the moon and weep out their sorrows about the lost freedom and forgotten spear and sword. This is how the history of the Toltec warriors began. For thousands of years, they led their people. The faithful dogs of the universe, they stood as the guardians of the portals of the other world. Their night vision, ghostly movement in the shadows, passion for one life were instilling fear. Their world is known as the world of Atlantis, the most prosperous of the peoples ever inhabiting the earth. From the depths of silence and emptiness poured out his legend, addressing the wind, and as if responding to this call, the wind was gathering strength, It whistled in the grass stems, reaching the ear of Helena, and she slowed down her steps. At the end of her life, Helena Petrovna started to work on the third volume of the Secret Doctrine, the evolution of the human races on the earth. This work remained unfinished because by the decision of the masters, she had to leave urgently her old, outworn body and change it to a new and a young one. The legend remained incomplete. Helena was discovering America for herself. The primitive world of nature of the oldest American continent stretched for thousands of kilometers from north to south, time being its only painter. In her diary, Helena wrote, "The nature in its essence is religious. Its greatness is a reward for our sufferings." The sunny day was bright, with a clear sky and fresh wind. The soul was dreaming, forgetting about time, as if hanging in the depths of space. This world, this earth. There is no greater love for a warrior, and the earth knows it and showers him with gifts. In this cosmic ritual, the deity in man perceives the deity in nature. A stone, a blade of grass, a star, a tree, writers and fallen sisters and brothers, all are the parts of one wholeness. When the warrior hears singing birds, he joins the song. Seeing insect dying in the mouth of a lizard, he experiences the suffering of insect and the lizard's triumph. Helena entered the stream in which everything is alive, everything illuminated. Inhale, breathe, and the creative spirit of the universe will breathe with you, imbuing you with easiness. Lake of the Spirit, roundish, surrounded by flowers. A swan appears from it, the bird of life. The second swan accompanies the first one. They swim and dive, mixing green and blue waters. Waters of life and knowledge, flowing from the throne of eternity. Silence, boundless, deep and compelling. In its softly billowing waves, swans float away. The moment will not repeat, but the strength remained, manifested from the stillness, ready to serve others. Helena proclaimed it to be her world. Nations and races have disappeared from the face of the earth. Names of the heroes were imprinted in the chronicles of life in order to teach an old new lesson of the eternal brotherhood. In the oncoming waves of the soul's memory, Helena read the story about Gayavata. The thread of the Lord of the Red Ray stretched west through Egypt, from some European centers to America, where he appeared as Gayavata about 600 years ago to do the work for coming of the Western nations. Gayavata, the leader, the prophet, the master, the messenger of the White Lodge. The great spirit Gichimonisto at the big council of humanity instructed Gayavata and handed him over the peace pipe. The battle cry calmed away. The warriors washed the war paint from their faces and buried tomahawks on the river bank. 6 Indian tribes united into a confederation, League of the Iroquois Tribes. The principle of confederation borrowed from Indians formed the basis of the state structure of the United States of America. The Iroquois symbol was used: 1 arrow, 1 tribe. It is easy to break an arrow, but union cannot be broken. This depiction, an eagle in the center with many arrows, is seen on the US state seal. Helena comprehended life of a new America. She was looking for the sprouts of spiritual knowledge. Mormons, Illinois State. Helena was there in search of this religious sect, but did not find it. Mormons, led by Brigham Young, moved to the Wild West. Helena passed by. New Orleans. Helena became interested in the African voodoo cult. Invocation to the afterlife spirits, sacrifices, prayers, rhythmic drums accompanied by ritualistic dances constituted the foundation of voodoo. But before penetrating into the magic of the Black Temple, Helena heard the Master's voice. Run away from that knowledge offered to you in a chalice made from the heart of your brother. Accepting this chalice, it will be filled by the blood of your own heart. Upon this, experience of Helena's explorations in America came to an end. Finally, with 2 companions, she initiated her journey to India. Eternal Wanderer.
Дорогие друзья,
Dear friends, thank you very much for being with us online. Today, the whole Moscow greets you. Today, we have not only representatives from St. Petersburg and Moscow, but also in Moscow, we have received many people from all over Russia to watch the film live and also to ask questions to the author and also to give honor to Helena Petrovna. Today in our hall, I can see many elderly people, and it's very important for us because those elderly people who have passed a long way, 30 years, 40 years of life, in heart and in soul, they are unique. And also in our hall, we have younger generation, and we see online some people from universities, from foreign countries who are online. And that means that the interest to Helena Petrovna is all over the world, to the Theosophy, to the research of Theosophy. It doesn't disappear, it only gets bigger. And also it would be nice to hear from the whole some greeting words, not only for the tradition, but also to say a few words. Maybe teachers hear us now. Also, we are greeting now representatives from various countries, and now we have first questions online. Dear friends, the word, introductory word, of course, is given to Oleg Fedorovich Martynov, the author of the film. I don't know how is it in your hall, but when you immerse like this, we have a very nice sensation in the heart, similar that Helena Petrovna is near us, and we can hear her breathing. And our faces tell us that we have such kind of immersion. And I will ask one question. Makarenko Nikolai Vladimirovich. So probably it's not the first time that you are watching the film of Martynov. Please say a few words online. First of all, I would like to say that the materials are chosen very interesting, and the emphasis is given on those moments which are of very much impression. And I am very much impressed. And also the selection of pictures, images, so all beauties of our planet are shown. Thank you very much for your words. Please tell us. Now we have younger generation in the room. Varvara is one of them. What is your impression, and why have you come to watch this film? I am interested in esotericism, and also I have come together with my mother. My mother told me about this event, and we have watched two first chapters. Very interesting. I like it very much. Thank you. And also now a question to Oleg Fedorovich from Makarenko. Oleg Fedorovich, in this film, you showed very nice pictures relating not only to biography of Helena Petrovna, but to the whole history of the world, to geography, architecture, and so on. In order to get the full immersion in that historical period about which you made that film, how much labor, how much work did it take from you to make those, to select those pictures? I was interested, first of all, in pure psychological aspect of Helena Petrovna's spirit. And like some documentaries say, how shall we make it? So the text of the documentary should be accompanied with good images. It was the major problem to select the right images, right pictures, right scenery. On what scenery we should put our story. Of course, that was a problem for me because, first of all, photographic material in young ages of Helena Petrovna was absent. Only when she got older, some materials appeared. That's why I created some pictures of nature, of surroundings where Helena Petrovna lived. It was very important component in my film, and I used it as full as possible. So with her eyes, I tried to convey her traveling around the places which attracted her throughout her path, life path, starting from escaping the Russia, all bright visions. And by the way, a lot was fixed in the memory of her relatives. I found the memories, but I didn't find any images from them. So the principle of traveling it's the principle of cognizing, searching for religious systems which existed before her. That's why I followed this way. And it helped me in America with her eyes. I saw the history of Indian tribes of ancient times, and until the last moments of her stay in America, when she was rushing in all dangerous adventures, for example, the mystery of voodoo, kind of frightening. And the teacher told her right about this voodoo. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Это вот, значит, вот это я сразу воспользуюсь случаем.
I'm using this opportunity, and I would like to say, what does it mean, documentary film? Because through all those internet channels, a lot of questions arrived to me, which Evgenia just sent to me. And main questions: who taught you to create documentaries? What type of producers? And answering those questions, I would like to say, what you saw now, what you have seen now, it's a documentary. Before I wasn't interested in this type of films. Before, my professional life was concerned with cameramen, and also I did some fiction films. So the documentary was for me kind of known and familiar to me. No one of special teachers of documentaries taught me this skill. So if you have some special questions regarding documentaries, please ask. Sorry. Dear friends, now we have online Michelina Foster from United States. Dear Micheline, please say a few words. Maybe you have some questions to Oleg Fedorovich.
Everything was so beautiful on the presentation. I saw the different places in Russia, and then I saw much of the Indian groupings here in the United States, and it was wonderful to see how you blended humanity and the thoughts of humanity together. This is a world that we're building now, and we have to build together to blend humanity, to love one another, and to learn to call each other brother and mean it from the base of our hearts. And your presentation shows us all of this. And we are all grateful for your talent and the beauty that you possess in showing these things. Thank you very much.
Да, огромное спасибо от Олега Федоровича.
Yes, thank you. Thanks to you from Oleg Fedorovich as well.
Ну вот, я благодарен вам за
I'm very grateful to you
адекватное восприятие,
adequate perception of my film, and which I would like
пожелать фильму.
to wish for everybody who has been watching this film. That means my efforts were not wasteless. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello. Hello.
Добрый день.
Am I audible?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible?
Also online, the master, Doctor of Philosophy, Dr. Srinivasan from India got online.
Yeah.
He would like to ask.
Thank you for the nice opportunity, and it is a wonderful time just I had by seeing the documentary, well directed, presented, and beautifully depicted. You could see the geography, the history, the culture of different places, right from Moscow to Egypt to London to America. This is the first part. And then we could see the childhood, the youthhood, and womanhood of Madam Blavatsky. Is excellent indeed, well directed, and hats off to the director, Oleg Martynov, for his beautiful presentation. And the photography was really nice and wonderful. It is really a treat to watch this film. Thank you.
Большое спасибо.
Thank you so much, Dr. Srinivasan. So we have a question among the people sitting in the room. Please introduce yourself.
I have forgotten to ask my clarifications in this regard. I would like to, request Sri Oleg Martynov, what made him to dedicate his whole life to produce this film, beautiful film on Madame Blavatsky?
Доктор Шринивасан, огромное спасибо.
Thank you so much, Dr. Srinivasan.
Thank you.
I don't have any questions. I would like to say thank you to the filmmaker. And I was able to witness the struggles of HPV and how she managed to create the brotherhood. Unfortunately, this aim hasn't yet been reached. And today we have a feeling that Helena Blavatsky has come back to Russia to realize this great plan with the School of Theosophy we have today. So I hope with our joint efforts, we will be able to create this great brotherhood. Thank you very much for your positive insight. And of course, our goal of each one of us is to become better. And do you have any questions to Mr. Martynov? Mr. Martynov, so the volume of the sound was chosen by you, was it a plan? Because it was in some parts it was difficult to hear the sound. So the volume was your plan all along. So the acoustics, so what you heard wasn't planned. And I must say that what you just watched isn't the best, draft, the best work in considering the sound and the equipment used to produce it. The first and the second parts, there are new versions that have a better quality of sound and the imagery. But unfortunately, I didn't add them. I didn't send them, so I've used the old drafts, the old versions that had a worse sound, with the inertia and of being redirected and screened. And of course, the sound is a bigger problem of mine. This is the only problem I wasn't able to resolve, professionally, because I don't have the necessary equipment for it. It's 250,000 rubles to buy a professional microphone, and I'm using budget equipment that has these drawbacks in terms of sound and quality. And we have another question from the audience. Please introduce yourself. My name is Nina Mironova. I've just read the teachings of Blavatsky recently, and I'm continuing to plunge myself in this topic. So I'm very grateful to have watched this film by Mr. Martynov. And we have talked extensively about Russia, about images, about America. I was fascinated by the music that you've chosen for this film. And I haven't paid attention to the problems with sound. For me, the music you've chosen was great. I liked it very much. I think it's very fitting. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. Mr. Martynov, a question for you. So the music you've chosen is so fascinating. The sounds. So what is the history and your reflection on working with the sound? Music is the most effective way. It doesn't need any intermediates. In literature, we use words, but music plunges into human's heart directly. So for me, it's very important. And I have, love for music since my childhood. That's why I try, in my childhood, I tried to play musical instruments. And in my later years now, I have preserved this love for music. And here I was trying to choose those musical compositions that would be fitting to the series and to the stories. And as a result, as you've seen in the end, this is not a commercial product. This is my offer film. I don't have the budget to recreate some of the environment like they do in big budget films. So when I say that it is not a commercial product, I mean that many things I've taken from the internet, from other films. That I thought I could use, and I had this right to use them. The small parts. So this film won't be aired on TV. This is something that will be shown just in this, conferences, because I've infringed some of the copyright rights. So thank you. Dear friends, we see that we have a representative of St. Petersburg online, Sergei Rashupkin, professor, PhD of Mathematics and Physics, St. Petersburg, Russia. Mr. Rashupkin, a word to you. Please give your reflections, your question to Mr. Martynov. Good day, dear colleagues, friends. The first thing I want to say is that I would like to thank Oleg Martynov because his film is something extraordinary for our culture. And having watched the first two parts, have inspired and many associations in my mind. Mr. Martynov was able to show the enlightened like Osho, who lived in the 20th century. He also mentioned Toltekov, the ancient civilizations of Atlantic, the remnants of ancient civilizations, and all of this together has awakened memories and associations in me. I felt something within me when I watched this film, and the music, of course, was incredible. So I think this film is very actual today when we are going through the shifted civilizations, when we are living in the material world of consumerism. Today, this is very pertinent. And the secret doctrine, the ancient knowledge about our world in all the different spheres and in culture. This is something that has to become a part of our world structure now. And I'm happy that this is happening in Russia, in the mother country of HPB, and where her works continue to live. And I hope the secret doctrine will become a part of the Russian culture and the culture of the whole world. I sincerely thank Mr. Martynov for his work. Thank you. Thank you, Sergei Pavlovich. I would like also to add about music. Here in the audience, we have a person who was helping me to produce the third part, who was singing the song in the third part. Because I am just a traveler in the world amongst the suffering, pain, and combat. I am the chosen one, the happy part of my sanctity and beauty. In the third part, you will hear this song, and he was sang by my dear friend Yulia. Yulia, please stand up. She is a musician, a professional musician, and she has helped me to produce the third part, and you will be able to hear her singing in this part. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we have a small break, and I see that we have online right now different countries: India, Bangladesh, Canada, Melissa Barbosa. Thank you all for being present today. Thank you for your waiting for the next part of the film. Now we will take a small break, but we will have time for breathing, to settle in our emotions from watching the film, and for you to have time to write down your questions that you may have. During the second part, we will again have the round table. We will give a word to our foreign partners for you to give your opinions and ask your questions. Now we're going to have a small break. Thank you all very much.
Дорогие друзья, добрый день.
Dear friends, welcome back to the second part of our White Lotus Day event and our third and fourth part of our unique movie created here in Russia by Oleg Martynov with a simple name, The Beauty is the Garment of Truth. And if you have seen our advertisement posters, every word is written with a big letter with a capital letter, and we know that there is manifested and non-manifested planes, and whatever is non-manifested is the higher planes, and everything that is important was written by capital letter by Yelena Petrovna and Elena Ivanovna Rurikh. I would like to say that in this name of the movie, every word written with a capital letter means that that unmanifested feeling, that maybe untold, unexpressed love, that story when we did not exist, it gets manifested and revealed here and now. And we would like to congratulate you all with this great day dedicated to the White Lotus and the memory of Yelena Petrovna Blavatsky. As a professor from St. Petersburg, Sergei Pavlovich Marshupkin told us today that that pride and that joy, this admiration, the inner admiration that the masters, the teachers in this turning point of evolution were born. We're born also here in Russia. We are very happy about it, and we would like to congratulate you, wish you a good movie, and then we will continue our discussion with Oleg Martynov.
There is no religion higher than truth. Ekam sat vipra bahudha vadanti. Truth is one. Sages know it by various names. This is a journey into the depths of time, to the unfading power of the progenitors of the divine race, who shaped these creations. Stone sculptures stand as the guards at the edge of eternity. The incoming will be asked, "What do you carry so that you may pass?" And no gift other than love will be accepted. The wandering sadhus, strolling through the spaces in their spiritual walks, will slip past. Gigantic faces with a smile of Gioconda preserve the secrets of millennia. Mythological stories of the Indian epic, the Mahabharata, about the creation of the world. The hero of one of the books of Mahabharata was shown all forms of creation, and he exclaimed, "I behold thee with myriads of arms, faces, and eyes. I behold thee infinite in form on every side, but I see not thy end, nor thy middle, nor thy beginning, O Lord of the universe, O universal form." The setting sun illuminated the basalt hills of the western slopes. Helena stepped on the ancient land of India. In front of her, a boundless depth lost in the waves of moonlight. Behind her, dark vaults of caves dug by an unheard race at unknown times and unknown in honor of what prehistoric faith. One of the legend narrates that the temple of Shiva, glorified by Mahabharata, was erected on the Elephanta Island by the sons of Pandu, but the folk song is also not affirmative on the point. Centuries have passed and will pass, but the age-old mystery will perish in the rocky chest of the cave. I was like in a dream, wrote Helena Petrovna in her letter to Prince Dondukov. While traveling around India, every month I used to receive money, having no idea from whom. I voluntarily followed the route given to me. Nowhere in India can you find more evidence of the power of the Mughal Empire than in Agra, the ancient capital of Akbar. What a precious pearl, the Taj Mahal, an inexpressible beauty. It stands alone on the bank of the blue Jamuna River. It is hard to believe that it is the work of mortals, but it is easy to believe a local legend. After the death of his beloved wife, Shah Jahan, in his dream, was ascended to the heavenly abode, where Allah himself commanded Archangel Gabriel to copy for him the plan of one of his abodes. According to this plan, the Taj Mahal was built over the body of his beloved wife Mumtazah. This mausoleum is a dream from 1001 Nights. This morning we leave the Mohammedan glory and enter the land of Rajasthan. The history of Rajasthan is traced back 3,000 years before Christ. The land of fairy tale and historical heroes, of frenzied daringness and chivalrous feelings towards the women. The land of those who created the sacred order of the host, honored to die in a battle, but not in a bed from an old age. Wives of the fallen warriors were voluntarily ascending the funeral pyre of the widows, leaving their handprints on the wall of fame. Sikhs and Rajputs are one of the most beautiful types of the human race. All surroundings, the entire country is dotted with the symbols of gods and goddesses. Each one of the 33 million deities of the Indian pantheon has somewhere its representative. With every step, there is someone's shrine. The temples of Khajuraho are an echo of the memories of a failed race that disappeared in prehistoric times from the map of creations. Before the mysterious and grandiose past of India, the ancient Aryavarta, its present is a black shadow on a light background. India is indebted to Buddhism. India became decrepit and has fallen just as the great monuments of antiquity are falling, crushing to smithereens. But then each of the smallest fragments will remain a jewel forever. Great Buddha, through the fire of his heart, was able to extract the truth from the vaults of the Vedas and bring it to the world. He spoke about himself. Buddha is only the name of infinite knowledge, infinite as the heavens. Strive for knowledge. Your work is your only salvation and the key to all the thrones and powers of the universe. The Mother Ganga. Its origins are the glaciers of the roof of the world, the power, fullness, and force, flying not from the earth, but flying to the earth from another world, the infinite horizons of light and love, which we call the God and heavens. Ganga, the healing hymn of life. Enter that river, lie down on the bottom, and let the water flow around your tired body. Drink from the river of life, and then rise and go into the world. You are no longer a weary traveler. You are already part of her power. Go into the world and work. Do not beg the God for alms. Do not rely on rituals. The God helps those who help themselves. Stand up and fight. Fight and bring the trifles of your life to the highest, like that river which carries its sacrificial waters to the purity of the altars of freedom soaring in the sky. And the tall of children's eyes shines with a flame of joy and hope. I lived in India for about 2 years, recalls Blavatsky. I received letters from the master, but I never saw him. Why has this person acquired such an influence over me? I don't know. But if he told me to jump into an abyss, I wouldn't hesitate for a second. I was afraid of him. I don't know why, for I never met a man softer and simpler than him. In the last letter, the master wrote, "Go back to Europe and do whatever you want, but be ready to return at any time. Remember not to forget. Forget that you need to remember." It was an early morning. Fog was approaching the southern edge of the valley. Helena was returning from her magical journey through the ancient lands of India. From memoirs of her sister Vera Zhelichovsky. In London, Helena became famous for her musical talent and was a member of the Philharmonic Society. She resumed playing music and signed a contract for a number of piano concerts. Blavatsky's associate in the Theosophical Society, Henry Olcott, wrote in his diary, "She was a great pianist. Her hands, a perfect model for a sculptor. They flew over the piano like the birds, extracting magical sounds." The fading light of the evening flowed through the drawn curtains and moved the shadows in the room. Helena understood that the one who chose the path of knowledge must be ready for loneliness and life that becomes a battlefield. From memoirs of her sister Vera Zhelichovsky. In London happened a loud process that made a lot of noise in the press. The Russian-Turkish War began with the participation of England. One day, in the theater foyer, one obese lord began to curse Russia and its army. Pale with indignation, Blavatsky stated that she is Russian and requests him to get silent. The lord responded with insolence, "If your friends cannot silence you, then I will." "How will you do that?" "I do not know how, but I repeat, shut up or—" She did not have time to finish the sentence as heavy chandelier fell on the lord's head. There was a trial. The judges, taking into account the circumstances, acquitted Blavatsky, and, in mockery of the lord, she was fined £5. "I'm giving 10 for the future," declared Blavatsky under common laughter. The white cover stretched for hundreds of kilometers. Russia. Traveling around the world, Helena felt that the current carries her to the east. The wind rustled in the branches of trees, recalling the whisper of long-forgotten voices. In her diary, we read the entry, "My heart ached for all my country, for Russia so dear to me. I would give my soul for her in bondage for 10,000 years. What a happiness to be Russian." It was Christmas Eve, 1859. It was a sign for Helena. Christmas festivities, festivities in memory of heavenly mystery. from Memoirs of Her Sister Zhelichovsky. The guests sat at the table. The doorbell rang continuously. We were not awaiting Sister's arrival, but on the next call I jumped, knowing for sure that she has arrived. We hugged each other. Helena was absent for almost 10 years. From her travels, she returned a person gifted with exceptional powers and abilities. The family was about to move to the estate of the Pskov province, the village Rugodevo.
Избранник я счастливой доли, моей святыне красоте пою я песнь любви и воли, моей святыне красоте пою я песнь любви и воли. Я только странник на земле, и горек хлеб пути земного, но жизнь вечная снова, любовь звездою на челе и в чистом сердце.
From Zhelichovsky's memoirs. Helena turned out to be the strongest medium. Excited noble society craved for the miracles and phenomena, but her father, Peter Alexeyevich Han, and Helena's brother Leonid remained unbelievers. Leonid was a sturdy, stocky youth imbued with the wisdom of the University of Derb. He stood behind her and listened to the stories about the magnetism of German Professor Hume, about how the light objects could be made heavy. And can you do that? Sometimes I did. Can you try? Fine, I will. Helena fixed her big blue eyes on the chess table and, without taking her eyes off it, invited one young man to leave the table. The young man confidently took hold of the table, but it did not move. "Well, that's a good one," he said. "Truly a thing," exclaimed Leonid, suspecting a conspiracy. "Can I try?" "Sure." The brother grabbed the table by its leg and pulled upward. The smile faded from his face. The wood cracked, but the table did not move. Strange. His eyes looked at his sister. Helena laughed and said, "Try now." The brother pulled the table and it flew up, almost twisting his hands. Only Helena's father remained unperturbed. At the invitation to participate in the experience, he replied that all this is nonsense and grandmother's tales, and continued to play solitaire. However, later he agreed. He wrote a question on a piece of paper and put it in his pocket without showing it to anyone. With the help of knocks and alphabet, one word was formed. Well, ready to answer? But there's only one word there. Which one? Bunny. Peter Alexeyevich turned pale. He silently took out a note, and this is what was written in it. What was the name of my war horse on which I made the Crimean Turkish Company? And in the brackets, Bunny. This bunny had a great impact. The change was dramatic and instantaneous, as it often happens with the skeptics. Believing one fact, they accept everything. Zhelichovsky continues her narration. We got into the magical world of fairy tales with unexplained movements of the furniture, knocks, an intervention of some rational force into our daily life, and we just regained our senses when we heard the piano playing purely and well-performed Beethoven sonata. But the room was empty, and the chords vibrated under the closed piano lid. Helena lived in the Rugodevo estate for more than a year, and in the summer of 1860, the sisters left for Caucasus to visit their grandmother and aunt. For 3 weeks of travel, strange phenomena occurred quite often. But the most unusual thing happened in Zadonsk, Voronezh region, in the lands of the Donskoy's army, in a famous center of pilgrimage, where rested the relics of Saint Tikhon of Zadonsk. On this day, the Metropolitan of Kiev, Reverend Isidore, prayed at the holy relics. We both knew him well during our life in Tiflis. The venerable old man recognized us and invited us to visit him. He received us affectionately. But as soon as we sat down, there started such a horrible hum and knock from all sides that even we thought was unusual. Everything in the hall knocked and rattled, the chandelier swayed, and the armchair moved. The insightful old man noticed our embarrassment and asked which one of the sisters has such a strange power. I pointed to Helena. He blessed her and said, "There is no power not of God. There are so many forces in nature, all of them far from being known, and it is not forbidden to explore them. Let the Mother of God bless you for everything good and kind." These words remained forever dear and memorable for Helena as an exceptional gift of an enlightened hierarch of the Russian Orthodox Church. In Tiflis, sisters moved into the house of their grandfather, Andrei Mikhailovich Fadeev. In the fall of 1860, they lost their beloved grandmother, Helena Pavlovna. But the house still lived an active life, gathering the higher Tiflis society, Princess Rieli, Dadiani, Abashidze, and others. But like 12 years ago, Helena left Tiflis again. As she said, her soul felt tight and begged for space. Alone, Helena traveled through the wild lands of Transcaucasia with their huge rocks, prehistoric cave cities, and Kadianis, the native sorcerers lost in the woods. Her occult powers not only did not weaken, but grew stronger day by day. She became the talk of the region. The nobles of Guria and Mengrelia considered her enchantress, and the news of a Russian noblewoman wandering alone in the mountains spread widely among the population. Helena was in the ancient, semi-legendary land of Kolchis, where once the hero of the ancient Greek epic, Jason, with his Argonauts, was looking for the golden fleece and kidnapped it with the help of the local king's daughter, Medea, the spellcaster and the sorceress. Some Kolchis tribes were descendants of the Argonauts, proud hillmen and peasants. Helena traveled on horseback to their lands that resembled the fortresses. Possessing extraordinary abilities, she used to treat those in need. But the journey ended for her unexpectedly. In Mengrelia, Helena was overtaken by a mysterious disease. She grew so thin that she became a living skeleton. Local healers insisted she returns to Tiflis, and soon they sent her on a boat on the river Rioni. Sliding in despair between the high banks, Helena lay dying, and the boatmen swore they saw her slipping out of the boat, crossing the river by water, and disappearing into the woods. She slowly opened her eyes. They were almost empty, then came to life and gazed intently into the distance. All this long, long day, in the morning, at noon, and at night, I appeal to the highest. Today, the God is the same as yesterday, and his voice reaches to the outskirts. Look, I, who was almost dead, am alive. There is no death here, nothing but life, life alone, life everywhere and forever. Zhenichovsky recollects. Helena fought a great battle with occult powers that nearly killed her, and she came out of the struggle victorious. Helena herself wrote, "The actions possess the power, especially if one who acts knows that it is the last battle on this earth." Helena, can you describe these powers? No, not really. I can name them differently, either as force, spirit, wind, or as love, will, action. The voice of the Master. Get up. It is a new day, another new day. The days you left behind are the days of God. The days waiting for you ahead are his secret, and only this 1 hour is yours. Do not lose it. Live by flying now. This flying now directed Helena through the Central Asia, Balkans, and Greece to Italy, where she joined the ranks of the volunteer army of Garibaldi, who fought for the independence of Italy. A small city of Mentana, not far from Rome, became the site of an important battle between the forces of Garibaldi and the French troops supporting the Papal State. The Garibaldians lost this battle, but the spirit of freedom remained invincible. Helena took part in this battle as a soldier of the Garibaldi troops. Her left hand was slaughtered twice with a saber, and she received 2 bullet wounds in her right shoulder and the leg. When the wounded and killed were carried away, she was at first mistaken for dead. Later, there were a lot of rumors and speculations about her participation in the battle, but this is what Helena Petrovna wrote herself in a letter to Synod. Only the members of Garibaldi family know the whole truth. What I did there, you know partially, but you also do not know everything. Whether I was sent there by the master or just happened to be there is my own business. Recovering from her wounds, Helena traveled through the Balkans, waiting for the orders from her master. In 1868, she received a letter from her patron. My friend, my helper, remember forever the brothers of the earth. Bow down to their suffering and joy, their rebellion and weakness, their peace and courage. Remember forever the greatness and horror of the human ways. At the end of the letter, she was ordered to return through Constantinople to India and from there to proceed to Tibet. Charming expanses of Tibet, the country of eternal snows. A ghostly blue veil enveloped deserted giant mountains. Finally, the forbidden Tibet opened its arms to Helena. Tibet appeared before Helena in all its splendor of spiritual practices, with their grand and fantastic realism. They wanted to understand the universe, life, death, and the range of the possible for a man. Helena looked up from the ancient manuscripts. Some were in Vedic Sanskrit, others in sacred ancient language of Sansara. Joy and happiness shone on Helena's face. Her eyes were like 2 hypnotic lakes of unfathomable depth. The sounds of a melodic spell were heard outside the window. They were pure as dawn, permeated with peaceful solitude. Helena was in the house of Kashmiri initiate Kuthumi Lal Singh, who lived with his sister. Her master Moria was also present here. We have included you in our chain, and you will have to carry our thoughts wherever we indicate. Do not seek happiness, seek knowledge. Helena's heart was beating with tender devotion to her master. It was the most mysterious period in Helena's life, which she never shared with anyone. She stayed in closed communities of the Himalayan Brotherhood. Time had disappeared from my life, she wrote later, I wasn't aware what day, month, or year it is when I heard the voice of Master Hilarion. Get ready for one of the greatest encounters in your life. The one you will see descended from another planet to Earth in times immemorial. The silence, the dead silence of space, was interrupted by the Lord of the Great Power. In a quiet but so clear voice that is impossible on earth, he spoke. I bless all those who help exhausted humanity on their way towards the light, forward in the battle for truth. Now it is time for you to go back to work among the people. It's been exactly 2 years since you walked in here according to your earth account. Hearing these words, I turned into a salt pillar. Master Hilarion brought me out of my stupor. He touched my forehead, chest, and shoulders crosswise with his wand and said, My dear sister, carry your labor feet for the happiness and good of the people until the end of your earthly life in this body. The truth that lives in you does not need to be loosened. It gushes forth, the purest fountain. No one will now prevent you from completing the mission entrusted to you by the Master Moria. Soon you depart to America to begin your new work there, but you will return here to receive the power to once again convey to people the voice of the sound of silence. Then the Master Kuthumi approached. He spoke with a gentle humor. So, you mastered little of the secret knowledge. However, you learned English. Now you speak only slightly worse than I do. And he smiled. All this time, Helena's relatives were in complete obscurity. We were ready to believe that she is not alive anymore, recalls her aunt Nadezhda Andreevna Fadeeva, when a messenger of an Asian look appeared on the threshold. Handing over the letter, he disappeared right in front of my eyes. To the Honorable Madam Nadezhda Andreevna, Odessa. Your niece has not left this world. She is alive and wants to tell her dear ones that she is doing well and she is happy in her distant refuge. Rest assured, in 18 moons she will return to the family. As it turned out later, it was a letter from the Master Kuthumi. After 18 moons waxed and waned, Helena appeared in Odessa. This last visit to her homeland was short-lived, and in the spring of 1873 she set off for Paris. In Paris, Helena stayed with her cousin Nicolas Gahn at the University Street 2. Those were long and wearisome years of my discipleship before I reached my goal. Starting from the first meeting with the Master Moria in London in 1851, I have never had any doubts about him. But trust alone is not enough. There are no such steps in discipleship where one can enter through another's experience. Only after desires are slain, an angel of peace raised from its ashes, can a man look into the face of God and stay alive, and stay alive. In Paris, Helena felt an irresistible desire to visit the Orthodox Church. This is what she wrote to her near ones. I stood with my mouth open, as if in front of my dear mother, who I haven't seen in years and who can't recognize me. I don't believe in any dogma, but my feelings for the Orthodox service are completely different. I breathed in the air of mystery. My body felt warmth. This story is too intimate, too superior to anything that can be expressed in words. In Paris, Helena intended to stay for a while, but she received a letter from the master. He ordered her to depart for New York and wait for his further instructions there. A day later, Helena reached the port city of Le Havre with a first-class ticket bought with her last money. At the pier, she saw a crying woman with children. She was deceived by a fraud who sold her fake tickets. "Come with me," said Helena. At the steamship company agency, she exchanged her first-class ticket for 2 third-class tickets for herself and the woman with children. The words of the Master Hilarion sounded in her soul. "Soon you will go to America, and there you begin your new work. Now you are not an eternal wanderer. You are the messenger. Joy to live, courage to die, all merged for her into a radiant concept, to live for the good of the earth." And the globe is still spinning, calmly, rhythmically, and steadily, despite the suffering.
And Noah saw the earth, and it shuddered, and her doom was near. Noah asked Enoch, "Tell me, what is happening on earth, that the earth is so weak and shaken?" Chapter 4. The teacher's voice. Sons of desire, giants of power, money, and fame. The stench of your vice poisons the air and the earth itself. There is no God. You don't have a God. You, among all created beings, are the loneliest and saddest soul in the world. There is a God, now and forever. The darkness has stolen your crown of life, and you wander like a shapeless being, without a name, without a home. The choice is yours. God's name, like a big bird, flew out of my chest. A thick fog swirls ahead, and an empty cage behind. A quote from Mandelstam. In the days of crisis and decline, the highest help was given to humanity. Students were sent with a specific mission. Such a mission was entrusted to Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. In a letter to Synod, the master warrior wrote, "She is a woman with exceptional talents. Even though she had personal shortcomings, the way she was, she remained unsurpassed. There was no more suitable person in the world for our mission. We sent her to America, brought together with assistant Olcott, and the work started. Henry Steele Olcott, participant in the American Civil War, military officer, lawyer, journalist, writer. From Henry Olcott's diary. One day in summer 1874, I was busy with some tedious work, calculations about a mechanical device of water meters. For some reason, or for no reason at all, a butterfly caught my eye. It was very quiet, and I thought, it has been a few years since I stopped following the spiritual movement. I dropped everything and headed to Vermont State, which was several hundred miles from New York, where strange phenomena were happening on the farm of Eddie's family. At spiritualistic seances, there was a compaction of the forms of ghosts of people once alive. I stayed there for 3 days, and I received full confirmation of these phenomena. When I returned to New York, I published in the newspaper an account of what I had seen, which was distributed all over the world, so significant and interesting were the facts collected in it. The editor of another newspaper suggested that I should return to Vermont with an artist and conduct a thorough investigation with sketches. In September, I was already back to Vermont, at Eddie's farm. Indian summer was in full swing. The foliage of birches and maples, beaten by the first frost, turned into a golden purple pattern. Here was the last smile of summer, and farewell to life, and the promise of a new meeting. Good Lord, just look at this specimen, I whispered to the artist. A red Garibaldi shirt, the first thing that caught my eye. The hair, wavy and silky, like that of a Cotswold's sheep. She was sitting with a French-Canadian woman accompanying her. I addressed her in French and asked her how long she had been there, as well as about the phenomena taking place. I came here under the impression of Colonel Olcott's reports, although I doubt if I'm right. But why? I'm afraid Colonel Olcott might stick me in one of his newspaper articles. You have nothing to fear on this score, madam, because I am Colonel Olcott. We became friends in an instant, which was followed by eternity. Spiritualism, in a general sense, it means communication with dead souls. It originates from the Rochester knockings occurred in 1848 in New York State in a house owned by the Fox sisters. It spread across America at the speed of a kind of a psychic cloud. Even President Lincoln resorted to it in critical cases. In her album, Yelena will write, "I was sent to America for a specific purpose and sent to the Eddy brothers, who had a long mediumistic tradition. The great-grandmother was a witch and was convicted in 1692 during the Salem trial. I had to prove the truth of such phenomena and at the same time demonstrate the fallacy of spiritualistic theories. I did not want the general public to know about my ability to reproduce such phenomena at will." I was told to bring to Colonel Olcott's consciousness the danger of spiritualism without occult philosophy. Participating in the session, Helena was attracted by the phenomenon of the ghost of John King, known since 1850 as the spirit of the pirate Henry Morgan, pardoned by King Charles II and knighted. With Helena, he turned into a new personality with a philosophical side to him. He manifested himself both as a servant and as a messenger of living adepts, but never as their equal. John King's self-portrait was widely known and is now kept in Adyar, at the headquarters of the Theosophical Society. Having come to the defense of spiritualism, Helena became involved in journalistic activities. Her articles fascinated America with the brilliance of her mind, a cheerful, bold, brusque spirit, stunning psychic power. It was the first battering ram that punched the hole in the consciousness of materialists. The popularity of spiritualism has peaked. And it is at this moment that Helena received a letter from the master. It is ordered to start telling the truth about phenomena and mediums. From this moment, my torment will begin. All spiritualists will rise up against me. Oh, my Lord, thy will be done. He orders to found a secret society similar to Rosicrucians, promises to help. Indian disciple Damodar writes, the members of the Grand Lodge of Mahatma Kuthumi and Moria decided to give their life to the Theosophical movement at a critical moment when the sand in the hourglass of spiritual life in the West almost dried up and began to show signs of degeneration and decay. Hurry up, you blind and mournful, carefree revelers in the halls of pleasure. No stone will be left unturned from your pleasure palaces. May God help you to understand this before it is too late. Blavatsky's participation in spiritualistic sessions shocked the consciousness of contemporaries and attracted to her a native of Russia, Georgian, born Michael Bettinelli. He was charmed and offered his heart and hand to her. You are talking nonsense. Helena was amazed, but he insisted, threatened to commit suicide, only to see, to help the cause of masters and the like. Helena was tired of resisting and agreed. The marriage was registered in a Unitarian church in Philadelphia in March 1875. From Colonel Olcott's diary. In private, I expressed to her my surprise at such a strange marriage. I know, but I decided to give him what he asks for. This is one of those disasters of my life that I cannot avoid. The law of inexorable karma. Serapis, the teacher of the Egyptian lodge, writes to Olcott, she will have to relive this horror once again, lonely, defenseless, and yet fearless. She will face the dangers of the great unknown and mysterious. The law of self-sacrifice forced her to accept this smart fellow, and it may happen that you will lose your sister. Such is Providence. She must either win or fall victim. Pray for our sister. This is one of your hardest trials. The cup of bitterness is drunk to the bottom by her. Oh, brother, the shadow of darkness is coming. This ill-fated marriage did not last 4 months, and in May 1878, a divorce was issued in New York. The lawyer in court was Blavatsky's associate, William Judge. But trouble does not come alone. Helena was dangerously ill. She fell and had a severe knee injury. An acute inflammatory process of the peristome began, with partial progressive gangrene. The doctors insisted on amputation. In a letter to her family, Helena writes, I am determined to die, but with both of my legs. Damn it all, gangrene or tumor, I still will not tolerate it. My God, why was I born in this world? I hate myself for it. Her spirit rebelled. The voice of Master Moria, sit with me in the dusk when peace falls like a veil over the turmoil of the day. Turn your face to the east. It is not necessary to think that in early life we are protected from the attacks of darkness. Fight, and one day, in the midst of a battle, you will find that defeat is victory, for the only thing that matters is gaining experience, but not the outcome of the battle. True defeat is the refusal to fight. And what is it? The road going uphill and uphill all the time. Yes, until the very end. The teacher, together with an African servant, cured me by putting a small white dog on my sore leg. In a letter to her family, Helena writes, and here I am, still alive. If I have to die, it is only in order to better move towards the truth. If you live, then in its name. My teacher saved me. He overshadowed me with the breath of incorruptibility and pushed myself out of me. And now I am not me, but someone else, powerful and strong. He told Olcott to organize the creation of the society and become its president. On September 7, 1875, the first meeting of the future Theosophical Society was held in New York at 46 Irving Place. Almost 24 people gathered, but the official date is November 17, 1875, when the charter and the name were adopted. The child is born, Hosanna, exclaimed Helena. The main goals of the Theosophical Society were to form a nucleus of the universal brotherhood of humanity without distinction of race, creed, sex, caste, or color, to encourage the study of comparative religion, philosophy, and science, to investigate the unexplained laws of nature and the powers latent in man. Theosophy means divine wisdom. The name dates back to the 3rd century AD. Anna Kamensky writes in her introductory article, Blavatsky has created a theosophical movement that will not take away its crown from any religion. And with the tremendous power of its synthesis, it will force everyone to recognize the new star of spirituality that has lit up as brothers in spirit, as children of the same Father. From the members of Colonel Alcott. After the formation of the Theosophical Society, she and I rented 2 apartments on 47th Street in New York together. The Lamaserie is how the journalist baptized the Theosophical residence. Our rooms didn't look the way the artist had painted them. The furniture was not similar. There was no African servant, and the office was so cramped that we walked sideways. And the Theosophical cat Charles was not sitting on the colonel's desk. It was a Theosophical cat. Otherwise, it really was a spiritual residence, a haven for the poor and the rich, scientists and the unlearned. I knew a rabbi, Alcott continued, who spent all his evenings at Blavatsky's discussing Kabbalah. That is what the rabbi told me. I have been studying this secret science for 30 years, but Blavatsky taught me what I could not even dream of. She explained to me the provisions of that the best of the Kabbalah teachers did not understand. From the memories of Blavatsky's assistant, William Ondat, from the morning to evening, she was surrounded by various kinds of visitors, sometimes very strange and original ones, but at the same time, she continued to work on Isis unveiled in the most carefree manner. The first sketch appeared in the summer of 1875 in New York. I wrote this last night on orders, she said to Alcott, but I don't know why. Maybe for a book. Maybe no one will ever need it at all. Anyway, I did what I was told. Alcott recalls, and she hid the pages in her desk drawer. And now all my thoughts are occupied not with writing Isis, but with Isis herself. I live in the incessant magic of visions with full consciousness. Images of the past in an endless succession pass before my inner eye, slowly and silently, century after century, races, people, countries, cities, flare up and fade away, disappearing. Isis has revealed to me the secrets of the lost secrets, and her veil becomes thinner and more transparent and falls off. I freeze. I'm afraid to move. The goddess of beauty, who exists from the beginning, guides me herself. The following words are stamped on the stele. I am everything past, future, and present. And none of the mortals has lifted my veil. The heavenly abode of the goddess Isis is a double star Sirius, the brightest in the sky. The priest gazed reverently at the sky, dotted with an endless multitude of stars. The choirs of slender luminaries travel smoothly always in the same direction from east to west, and none of them will go astray. Isis was written so easily that it was not even a labor, but a pleasure, she informed her family. Why should I be praised? I just keep on writing. Why? Yes, because I am writing at the dictation of someone who knows everything. From Olga's diary, her pen just flew across the pages, and you should have seen her manuscripts. The sheets are cut, glued, re-glued up to 7 to 10 strips. She sat at her desk for 17 hours a day and up to 6 months without leaving the room. And now, after 2 years of work on the book, it is completed. Lord Judge writes, when the contract with the publisher of Isis was signed, already on the street, Elena Petrovna told me, now I have to go to India. The authorship of Isis is a joint work of teachers and Blavatsky. Teachers dictated to her pages from books stored in dozens of libraries around the world. The master Katumi said, she obeyed our orders, and she wrote, sometimes deliberately veiling facts that humanity was not yet ready for. In 1877, Isis Unveiled was first published in New York in 2 volumes with a circulation of 1,000 copies. It was a sensation. The first edition was swept off the shelves in just 10 days. In Isis, there is an explanation of hundreds of mysteries of the greatest interest to mystics. The morning is coming, but it's still night. Elena's gaze caressed the edge of the eastern sky. Does everything in nature promise the coming of tomorrow? And do your heads bow for the blessing of the spirit of peace? It's not easy for anyone, but life is limitless. Its power is indescribable. Its creativity is amazing. My mission in America is over. I am going back to India. On December 10, 1878, the York newspaper Daily Graphic reported that Helena Petrovna Blavatsky was leaving America, and according to her, forever. Reporter, so you're going to leave America? Yes, I am glad to leave your country. You have freedom, but freedom is all you have. The American soil turned out to be too poor for the seedling of Theosophy, but I am sorry to leave the Lamasery, where I spent so many happy, very happy hours. Although there is not much left to regret right now. There is an article in the Sunday newspaper, The Sun, dedicated to the farewell evening in the Lamasery. They talked about the beauty of the Theosophical Society. Later, a phonograph was brought from Thomas Edison, who himself was a member of the Theosophical Society. The voices of Blavatsky, Olcott, Judge, and others were recorded. The Theosophical cat Charles finally purred in front of the paper funnel, and the conversation about the mental and religious freedom of the world continued. The last day we spent on American soil was December 17, 1878. Already standing on the deck of the steamer Canada, Helena exclaimed, "Oh, let us go forward to the promised land." Charles the cat was given to a good theosophical home. But on the way, he disappeared from the basket. In her diary, Blavatsky writes regretfully, "Charles the cat was disappeared," followed by 4 exclamation marks. Alcott added, "I think we'll meet him in Bombay." And the steamer sailed away from the pier, forever taken away from America, the founders of the Theosophical Society. Elena's last entry. The grand day. What's next? Everything is unclear, but calm. And then, in huge Latin letters, consummatum est, the words from St. John pronounced by Christ at the crucifixion. It is done. The journey to India with a stop in London has begun. Elena rode down, the wind blew, the storm started. Everyone is seasick. Demons and gods pursue us with such persistence, as if they entered the service of the opponents of the Theosophical Society. From December 12th to December 31st, the only entry is the days and nights drag on in an endless succession, full of boredom, stupid fasts, and misadventures. Alcott is sick. Everything is monotonously stupid and painful. The earth should go faster. From Alcott's diary, London met us with a thick fog. There were no passers-by on the other side of the street. We were sheltered in a country house by Dr. and Mrs. Billing. All our London friends and correspondents came to this house. On January 5th, 1879, I held a meeting of the British branch of the Theosophical Society, formed executive bodies, and signed an order, according to which Major General Doubleday was appointed acting president. The next day, Blavatsky and Mrs. Billing visited the famous library of the British Museum. The time of our stay in London was entirely devoted to the concerns associated with the activities of the Theosophical Society, and on January 17th, 1879, we left for Liverpool, where we boarded the steamer Speakhole under torrential rain. The ship was dirty, the smell of old carpets and the frowning faces of 40 passengers served as an ominous predication. Dirt and noise accompanied our landing in New York, and the same filth and stench was now present in the ship's Speakhole. It was necessary to dream strongly about distant India in order not to lose the presence of mind. On January 18, we managed to set off. The sea was stormy. The ship was loaded right under the waterline, and every rolling wave threatened to overturn us. Any attempt to get to Elena Petrovna's cabin could cost her life. And finally, on the third day, I received a categorical order from her to report to the cabin located on the stern. The cabin was a complete mess. The soaked carpets swelled. Elena Petrovna was lying in bed and could not move because of a bruised knee, and only her thunderous voice thundered in space. Oh, the Bay of Biscay! In what a frightening form you appeared before us. We passed Cape Finisterre on the night of January 23rd, and finally we escaped from the fury of this raging gulf. But for almost a month our sea torments continued, and on February 15th at noon the Bombay lighthouse was already visible. When I set foot on Indian soil, the first thing I did was bend down and kiss the granite there.
Из воспоминаний полковника Алкота. Индия встретила нас великим праздником.
From Olcott's memoirs. From the memoirs of Colonel Olcott, India greeted us with a great holiday in honor of Lord Shiva. The Mahashiva Ratri festival is a day of worship and devotion. Drums are beating, bells are ringing, lights are lit in temples, and the mantra Om Namah Shivaya is sung.
Легенда гласит,
the legend says, this holiday marks the sacred night of the spiritual union of Shiva and Parvati. The energy of the Divine Mother, Shakti energy, entered the body of Shiva. And before the astonished gaze of Parvati, Shiva begins his cosmic dance. The dance of Shiva is a creation of the universe, with creation, preservation, and destruction, and a new creation, the eternal stream. While Shiva is dancing, there is a world. That's what Madame Blavatsky told me about the great day of Shiva. Olcott recalls and continues, we already loved India for the antiquity of history, for the divine wisdom of the scriptures. And in general, we were ready to love her for nothing, just like that, with its motley mix of Asian cultures, with sadhus forever wandering the spiritual paths, with carts of the most bizarre shapes drawn by biblical oxen, the temples standing as guardians of another unknown civilization. We've achieved our long-held hopes, for which we have crossed so many seas and storms. And now we're standing among the barbarians, dear to our hearts, who know how to enjoy life. The joy of being is neither conditioned by wealth nor poverty, and can arise among the most difficult conditions. A person begins to enjoy life, and perhaps not his earthly life, but real existence. From Olcott's diary, Bombay charmed us with a truly oriental exoticism. But for our accommodation, we rented a house in the native part of Bombay. This house became the headquarters for the Theosophical Society for 2 whole years. Every evening there were impromptu meetings where the most complicated issues of philosophy, metaphysics and science were discussed. And one day, Blavatsky asked her friend Mulji to get a stroller for her. She got into the carriage with Mulji and told him to follow her instructions. The roads forked and ran in different directions, but Helena Petrovna never lost her way, pointing out the right turn. And finally, they stopped at some private estate. Mulji knew these places, but had never heard of such an estate. Blavatsky also ordered Mulji not to approach the house under any circumstances. After a while, Helena Petrovna came out accompanied by a tall Indian of extraordinary appearance with a bouquet of roses. To Malji's question, she answered only that the stranger is an occultist with whom she maintains business relations. But there has never been any estate here. It is still not there. Your eyes are sealed with enchantment, and in addition, the habitats of their depths are protected from uninvited guests by the illusion of elements controlled by elementals. In April 1879, Blavatsky, Olcott, and their entourage took a trip to the north of India. They visited the famous Kala caves, the cities of Kanpur, Jaipur, Allahabad, Agra, the capital of the Mughal Empire, Benares, the capital of ancient India. The journey took place under the patronage of the Master Moria and was a synthesis of exoticism, mysticism, and phenomena. But despite the almost fabulous pictures, we saw India filled with superstition, prejudice, as well as apathy to the ideas of a Theosophical society. On her return to Bombay, Blavatsky wrote, "It's not surprising that Europeans doubt, but for the Hindus, the heirs of ancient philosophies, to deny yoga and mock it, it was the bitterest disappointment for us. And only the echo of our voice returned to us from the vast Indian void." And then she looked intently at Olcott and added, "Our course is unshakable. There can be no retreat where the divine providence began its action." By the evening of the same day, there was a letter from the Master Morias in Olcott's room. "Since you came to the conclusion that leaving your country and coming here was the act of a madman, the sooner we figure it out, the better for all of us. First of all, you yourself were eager to go to India, and if you're not able to withstand the first test, then you are completely unfit for any further tests. The photo of your son on your desk will forever pull you back to America. There are no fathers, mothers, or children in front of the eternity we all stand at. There's only the strenuous work of liberation." Olcott successfully coped with the temptation, and both founders of the Theosophical Society enthusiastically embarked on a new idea: the monthly publication of the Theosophist magazine, of which Blavatsky became the editor. The first and significant acquisition for the Theosophical Society was a young Indian Damodar from the Brahmin caste. "I'm an Aryan by religion, and having joined the Theosophical Society, I learned about the ancient splendor and glory of my country, the country of the Aryans. I'm ready to give all my strength for its revival." Damodar moved to the headquarters of the Theosophical Society and since then lived with Olcott and Blavatsky. He regularly wrote articles in the Theosophist, and he was the first one to introduce the term Mahatma instead of Himalayan brothers. The leading representatives of Indo-British society responded vividly to the new ideas of the century, and a good seed fell on the loosened soil. Who are the sowers? They are the representatives of the Grand Lodge. It was their fiery wave that ignited human hearts. It was they, the sons of fire, who proclaimed the truth in the world religions in the past, present, and the future, helping to find new light, fresh hope, and strong consolation. Who now remembers the great lords of Atlantis? These are their words inscribed on stone tablets. You, who will show your face here, and if your mind will understand, you will ask, who are we? Who are we? Ask the dawn, ask the forest, ask the wave, ask the storm, ask love, ask the earth, the land of suffering and the beloved land. Who are we? We are the earth. Simla is the summer capital of the British authorities. From Olcott's memoirs, we reached Kalka by train, and after a 5-hour stop, they continued their journey to Shimla, first in palanquins and then in a cart on springs. And soon we found ourselves in the hospitable home of our good friends, the Sinnets. Alfred Percy Sinnet is the editor of the government newspaper, The Pioneer. Alan Octavian Hume, former government minister, ornithologist. Having joined the Theosophical Society, he sent telegrams to his assistants with the order, "Stop catching birds." These two people contributed immensely in spreading the ideas of the Theosophical Society in India. Blavatsky spent more than a month at the Sinnet house, and one day Sinnet asked her, would she agree to deliver this letter to the Himalayan brothers? "I don't promise, but I'll try." The answer came from the Master Kudhumi. As soon as Mr. Sinnet feels the urge to write to the Master M, he can take action. M will always answer him, for Mr. Sinnet has a genuine spark in him, which no brandy can extinguish, which from time to time will flash with a bright light. Thus began the famous correspondence with the Himalayan brothers. 1,300 pages of these letters are now kept in the rare manuscripts department of the British Museum. From Olcott's memoirs about phenomena, Blavatsky willingly responded to requests for a demonstration of miracles. One day, a professor at Benares College addressed her. Mrs. Blavatsky, the pundits say that in ancient times there were yogis who could do amazing things. For example, to cause a rain of roses in the room. And before he could finish, Blavatsky jumped up in her chair. Is that what they're saying right now? And no one can do that? Well, I'll show them. And muttering something, she waved her hand imperiously, and a dozen roses fell on the heads of those present. And she added, "Are you children that you crave miracles so much? There are no miracles. There is only one or another degree of knowledge. But in this universe, nothing is given for free. One has to pay a high price for genuine knowledge, and the price is your life." And the warrior goes along this path, flaunching his courage with both hands, and the delighted one Thanks for such an honor, embracing everything in his path with love and gratitude. Blavatsky spent the whole 1880 year in continuous travels around the cities of India in order to create branches of the Theosophical Society. Exhausting trips, Indian heat and dampness undermined her health. Helena Petrovna got sick. In a letter to her family, he writes, "My blood has turned into water. It seeps out, forming bags like a kangaroo. I feel like I'm dying. Irritability and working 26 hours a day are killing me. And one day I will become a corpse before the Theosophical Society will exclaim with disapproval, 'The master put Humi to Sinet. Now I'm near Patling. The master Moria has to bring the old lady here, otherwise he will lose her forever.' Moria himself also rides to Sinet. He is so ill that, as in America in 1877, I had to take her away for fear that she would fall to pieces. M took her away, first to Darjeeling and then to Sikkim, to the ashram of teachers. Helena Petrovna writes in a letter to Sinet, "Oh, blessed days, just like in the old days, the same hut, the same majestic panorama of Kanchenjunga, the same silent yellow brows, the inextinguishable pipe of my master, and the familiar sweet voice of your cut Humi." Helena Petrovna was healed. All signs of Bright's illness have disappeared, and she has to live here again. "Yes, I'm afraid you must, because the beauty is yours, and it's captivating," joked the Master Moria. Even before the beginning of December 1882, Helena Petrovna returned to Bombay. On the 7th, everyone celebrated the 7th anniversary of the founding of the Theosophical Society. A banner with the symbol 39 was raised, which means the creation of 39 branches of the Theosophical Society. 10 days later, on December the 17th, the founders and their household, Damodar, Babula, the Coulomb couple, whom Blavatsky sheltered in Egypt, and two four-legged friends of the dog, Jin and Padhi, took off from their home place of Crow's Nest and went to Madras. They arrived at a house with columns, standing on the bank of Adyar River, on the outskirts of the city. The house was bought for 9,000 rupees and became the new headquarters of the Theosophical Society. This is what it looked like at that time in the drawing made by Judge. Helena Petrovna settled on the second floor. She wrote to her family, "It's a miracle. How good it is here. What nights, what a wonderful silence, what air. I sit and write to myself and look at the ocean, brilliant, boundless, as if it were alive." Helena Petrovna spent the whole 1883 year at the headquarters in Adyar. And for this year, her writing takes up more than 700 pages. Books have been written: Religion of the Future, Pantheism and Morality, Karma, the power of healing, transmigration of the atoms of life, projection of the double, the sevenfold principle in esoterism, the soul of things, the science of life, and others. In the book The Science of Life, Blavatsky writes, occultism is the art of life, where the highest joy is combined with compassion. Sadness is always present in us. It's quiet and inconspicuous. And it was evening. The sun hasn't set yet. Earth Day was ending. And soon the veil of night will descend on your path. From the depth of 20 centuries came the words of the Italian poet Dante. Midway upon the journey of our life, I found myself within a forest dark. The time was the beginning of the morning, and up the sun was mounting with those stars, and with him were what time the Lord, the love divine. The mysterious vibrations of the fading day brought Helena back from the shadows of the past. Midway upon her earthly path, she summed up the results of her life. Her life was marked by force and violence. Her service to the higher principle left her no choice. This is the road of no return. But she couldn't say goodbye to the old world, for this world was her field of activity, and the world where she once took the first steps to freedom. It seems to everyone that I'm terminally ill. My God, if they could send someone from Russia, I would really like to see and hear a Russian person before I die. I'm starting to miss Russia, and I really want to see my country again. I don't have long to live. The scabbard is too worn, and now they're completely torn. The teachers have healed me more than once, but now they don't have time to bother with me. My boss ordered Olcott to take me to the south of France, and I have to leave here again. Yes, I'm afraid you must, smiled teacher Moria. What happened once will happen again. On February 20, 1884, the founders of the Theosophical Society and their entourage boarded the steamer Chandernagore with an Indian crew on board. And the steamer headed for Europe. Blavatsky was leaving India forever, but she didn't know that yet.
Дорогие друзья,
Dear friends, this is how deep we went with such a tenderness, such incredible attention. We have watched the stories that will remain in centuries, and not only in Russia, but in the whole world, because any consciousness that touches this kind of knowledge transforms forever. It will transform at some time for every one of us, and every one of us who at some reincarnation could see this light that we may call the primary fire or reminiscence of psychic energy or the creative fire, which touches the most soft, pure, most vulnerable souls. It will never be forgotten, and from one reincarnation to another, we'll always aspire to it. Oleg Fedorovich, thank you very much for that wonderful primary fire and psychic energy, for this inspiration and your understanding, for your devotion for the masters and teachers, for that labor that you dedicated for 7 years with this very difficult technically uh, these years of pandemic with lots of illnesses and all these events in Russia and in the whole world, which have been very heavy and heavily impacting the lives of every one of us. In spite of all that, you could survive all that, you could overcome and pursue the aim that you fixed. Today, we have seen 4 chapters of this unique film, The Beauty is the Garment of Truth, Elena Petrovna Blavatsky. And very soon, we hope we will be able to watch the 5th chapter all together at the 7th International Theosophical Congress, which will be dedicated to Elena Petrovna Blavatsky and will be held in Russia, in Moscow on the 24th, 25th, 26th of November 2023. And now I give the floor to the author of these wonders, the artist, the person whose work, whose dedication was dedication touched the heart of every one of us. And I had a feeling that I couldn't even breathe. I would stop breathing because I had an impression that the world was transforming, not only inside me, but all around ourselves. The atmosphere was transforming. It is such an exploit, such an great act that could only be implemented by the person of the same caliber, of the same labor and dedication. That's why Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, Elena Ivanovna Rerich. By the way, I read time ago that the creative activity unites the person with God, and those who follow this rhythm of work, of labor, they can change their consciousness. So the floor is yours, our dear artist, our dear Oleg Fedorovich. Thank you very much, my dear friends, for your attention. And I will be working on the chapter 5, which will be the last one. Initially, I thought there would be only 4 chapters, but the material is so ample that I was obliged to make 5, and I started working on it already, and it will be also interesting. But I cannot promise that it will be very soon, because every chapter takes about 2 years to realize. But we'll hope to live to be alive and to see the results. I wish you all the best, my dear friends. Alex Fedorovich, so after we have seen the 4 chapters, the 4th chapter finished on the great wonderful pictures from India, and those pictures were so recognizable and so wonderful. And those who visited India recognize them, I'm sure. And now I give the floor to the young generation, Strijit Kotelgoti from India, the representative of the Theosophical Society of India. Dear Kotos, Bridget, Gopi, could you please ask a question or share your feedback? We know that you're a student of Cinematographical University and that you are interested in Russia and Russian culture and history. And so the floor is yours. Please share your feedback. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Suparnikova. First of all, thanks to all of Russian, my brothers and sisters. And I have one question about this film, a docufiction. The themes explored in Tarkovsky film, the film Solar Rays do overlap with some of the ideas found in your film. I mean, in your film is Beauty in the Garment of the Truth also. And such a interconnectedness of all the things and ideas that consciousness is a fundamental aspect of the universe. And the film Solaris, the planet named Solaris, is portrayed as a living consciousness entity that can manifest and manipulate the memories and emotions of human characters who came into contact within it. The idea of the universal consciousness that permeates all the things in a central concept in Theosophy, especially Blavatsky mentioning in the Sikha doctrine. What do you have to say about this? My questions to my the filmmaker of Martynov, please, if you have anything. And thanks to Mr. Martynov. It's a great movie which you can bring the spiritual clarity to the people in the world. Congratulations for your work, and you have any replies about it?
Well, I haven't known Andrei Tarkovsky personally, so to answer this very interesting question, yet it is not easy to answer. Of course, I am acquainted with his art, and I think that he had intuitive insights into mysticism, but I'm not sure he knew thoroughly occult theories. Indeed, his creation, his art, especially his first works, Ivanov's childhood, if you may know, or The Mirror, I like them a lot. I like less Stalker, and even less I appreciate that another movie. Yet then Andrei Tarkovsky moved to Italy. Yet the first movies, in my opinion, he was one of those rare Russian filmmakers who would work with the means of intuition. And this is very interesting. This is the real creativity. All other, maybe more famous filmmakers, those works were more standard. Yet Tarkovsky was absolutely unique, and his last works that he made in Italy, The Last Sacrifice, and Nostalgia, especially the nostalgia, is also a mystical variant that he tried to convey at the level of the art form, the form of the artistic movie. Yet it is very difficult to express it in the movies because you need the textual philosophy to understand all the difficulty and intrications of it. He would work with the images, and in his images we see the mysticism. Yet, if I studied his art, his creation. It was very curious. At the same time, it was a little bit boring, even though he was very interesting and he tried to do something different. At this point of view, Fellini is closer to me. He was very bright and very powerful, and he also had this kind of um, feeling of 2 days Armageddon with this very intricate psychological um, aspects of the tragedy of the earth. This is how I can comment about Tarkovsky. Oleg Fedorovich, thank you very much. Of course, for every one of us, the creative work of a genius, there is a consideration. The one who saw movie, the first play, first book, always have a reflection in their consciousness, one always thinks it is genius. The first movie I saw was Stalker of Tarkovsky, and I think it is genius. I know that other people saw the Sacrifice, and for them this is the genius one. Same about Mirror or the nostalgia. I guess the question was about the universal consciousness about which Tarkovsky tells, and at what point philosophy and philosophy represented as the great Blavatsky could reveal in her books. And do you see the connection between them? And maybe you can comment on that. You see, the artistic attempt to create something on the topic of such a high philosophical truth will never be a success, because it is very difficult to find an actor who could be equal spiritually to Blavatsky. And in any case, the primitivism of the earthly being, especially if we're talking about actors, it is too related to emotional nature. And the emotional nature is very subdued to passions. And of course, all this is seen in our appearance. And nobody of the contemporary actors cannot rise to the level that we aspire when we are talking about such persons as Blavatsky. This is what I think. Yet in documentary films, it is possible. In historical movies, it is possible. More than in fiction. There has been many examples of creation of documentaries, yet with actors, when they were actors performing people of that period, or Blavatsky, of the costumes of that period. And yet you see the gait, the way of moving. I cannot look at this. It is impossible. That's why only biographical, only documented and personal readiness to these ideas of this person, of somebody who lived by these ideas, could maybe partly convey and translate it. Thank you very much. Please, maybe somebody has a question in our audience here.
Yeah. Good evening to all.
Hello, my name is Ekaterina, and my question is, why Blavatsky? Why Theosophy? How did you come to this theme? And why did you think that you have to make this movie? Well, here we tried to discuss this theme in the corridors and the couloirs of our today's event, and I consider that my life, my destiny, just was made so that from the age of 35 years old, I met those books, and they impressed me deeply. It was an effect of a nuclear bomb explosion. And from that very moment, it became a part of me, a part of something that gave sense to my life. In spite of the fact that I had a creative profession and I was making movies, etc. And at some point, an idea came to me that it would be nice to make a movie about Blavatsky. And because the first meeting was not with Agni Yoga, but with the saint people in India as Vivekananda and Ramakrishna. And Vivekananda also remained for me that person that I would love to make a movie about. And after several experiences, the first experiences of creation of documentaries, I came up to the idea of making movies. I just didn't know how to what to start with, Blavatsky or Vivekananda. But since I had more material about Blavatsky, I just opted for Blavatsky. If the God leaves me some time, I will certainly make a movie about Vivekananda. Thank you very much, dear friends. Thank you, dear friends. We give the floor to our partner from Canada, Melissa Barbosa. Canada. Please, Melissa, we saw that you watched the first two parts and the third and the second. Could you share your feedback or maybe have a question to our author artist? The floor is yours, dear Melissa.
Thank you so much. As Evgenia said, I'm from Canada, and my name is Melissa. I just loved the documentary overall. I loved how you thoroughly mentioned various religious systems, faiths, and philosophies that Blavatsky came in contact with over the years and influenced her. I also love the peculiar stories about her speaking to animals and reading all the books in her grandfather's library, getting married out of spite, trying to run away, traveling around the world, developing supernatural powers and abilities, getting into all kinds of adventures. You painted a picture of such a fascinating character who had unique values and interests, and was serious about learning and sharing wisdom. You said that this was more of a creative project that came from a personal interest, but I just want to thank you for taking it as far as to share this with the public. It's a very artistic documentary, and I very much enjoyed watching it. Thank you for sharing it with us. Thank you for all of the Russian Federation for making it possible for people to watch this in English. That was very special for me. And so just a question for the director. What books would you recommend somebody read if they want to get into these more peculiar stories about Blavatsky and how she grew up?
Да, я вам... Да,
Well, dear Melissa, thank you very much for your feedback and your question. I may only advise one book which contains all the information that then followed in different books. It's Cranston, The Life of Blavatsky. Because during the life of Blavatsky, she started to collect different material about her. Cranston, as you saw the first two series, all this material was provided by her family, her aunt and her sister, about all these amazing stories of your childhood. Unfortunately, there were so many different stories. I would like to include so many different things, but it is not possible because there are time limits. There was a picture in the house of a little girl covered with a black veil, and she would always ask, "Who is that little girl?" And they would say, "Just let it be, don't touch it." And once she just reached her hand to this painting and she fainted. Her teacher saved her. He held her, and she didn't remember, or there was only trace of a little hand. There are so many stories I cannot stop myself. I just really have to say that your only Quran book contains such a detailed description of your life. Thank you very much. I have to say that at our book expedition exhibition at the Congress, we will be able to buy the book by Sylvia Cranston in Russian language. And of course, it is always available in English. So, dear friends, maybe somebody else here present have a question, we'll answer gladly. Yes?
Hello. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes.
Hello.
Sorry. Hello, my name is Christina, and it's not like I have a question. I just wanted to thank the author with this wonderful music. The author could show us those wonderful things from his soul that I didn't see when I was reading the biography, Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, and when I was watching another movie. And your interpretation is absolutely special. Thank you very much. You'll be waiting for the next series. Thank you very much. Here we have a girl here.
Part 3 and part 4, we watched these parts of the film, and we had great reaction, and I'd like to share with us, why were you crying when you were watching these parts? Thank you so much for giving me the floor, and thank you so much for the film. I saw the depictions of India, and I love India so much. I've been there 15 times. And for me, it was as if I was able to perceive this vibration from the film. I know that it is a documentary film, but for me it was like a fiction film about the life of great Blavatsky, and I love this film so much, and I love reading about Blavatsky a lot, and these emotions, these tears when I was watching the film, it's very difficult to describe. And the song that we heard, and I'd like to thank you so much for this song, because it brought me to tears. Thank you so much, Oleg Fedorovich, for your work. And for me, reading the biography about Blavatsky and your film, and by the way, I'm reading the book by Sylvia Cranston, and your film, I think it will change my life completely, just like yoga changed my life once in the past. Thank you. I'd like to add, if you don't mind, to my remarks regarding the questions about what books you can read. I also used the letters that were written by family to Blavatsky, because in these letters you can also find the questions, the stories of intimate nature that were not mentioned by Blavatsky in any other writings and works by her. So this is the addition to his answer to Melissa from Canada. Many facts were taken from the correspondence of Blavatsky with her family, with her loved ones. Indeed, it's valuable material. Dear friends who were able to join us online, if you want to voice your comments, Zoom platform has the function. You can raise a hand. We can see that Dr. Srivasan and Mr. Rashupkin have been with us together, as well as Micheline Foster. And I can see that other participants have joined us. Evgeny Toropov from Yekaterinburg, the city of Yekaterinburg, has also joined us. I'd like to hear your opinion. Evgeny Toropov, do you have any questions? The city of Yekaterinburg. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
I'd like to thank everyone for very accurate facts from Blavatsky biography. I haven't been able to hear about those facts previously but I have been studying her life for a very long time, and I didn't know that she was christened almost the next hour she was born. In other words, the Satan wasn't given even an hour. And the explanation is that at that time it was the epidemic, was another type of pandemics, and other facts that we were able to see in the film are also very interesting. Probably I will have questions, but I haven't formulated them yet. So could you please give the floor to other participants? Yes, Evgeny, thank you. Well, we have a limited amount of time, so probably if you have a question right now, you can ask your questions now. Well, in this case, I'd like to thank you once again for voicing very accurate facts, for mentioning very accurate facts about her life. Thank you so much for the film. Well, we're saying hello to the city of Yekaterinburg from all the participants are waving you right now. Dear participants, we have an opinion from the room we're in, the head of the Theosophy School, head of International Seminars of Russia, head of the International Seminar Secret Doctrine by Helena Blavatsky, Mr. Yari, I give the floor. What is your feedback on the work of the round table? What is your opinion? Are there any thoughts or questions you'd like to share with Mr. Martynov and all of us? Well, first of all, I liked this film because it was possible to feel that it was made with your heart, and we felt the warmth of the heart, the warm attitude to Helena Petrovna Blavatsky in this film. And this attitude can be compared to loyalty, to respect. It's like a synthesis, a symbiosis. We could have a new look at the image of a woman who lived in our country, and this sage who suffered a lot in her life, who almost suffered on Golgotha, but nevertheless she was able to share her wisdom with Russian people. And in the same film, Blavatsky says that she craved for seeing a Russian person, a Russian soul, to meet a Russian person on a foreign land. And I hope that after watching this film, this meeting took place. Thank you so much, Oleg Fedorovich. The next question is the following. How important is it to you to read about Russian people in the letters by Helena Petrovna? How important is this content to you? Well, this content and this context is really important to me. And where I could use it, I did. In the very end, for example, she says, I want so much to see a Russian person here. And when a teacher says that, it's really important. She craved not for a person she knew. She just wanted to see any Russian person. And all that was mentioned in the correspondence, in the letters. Of course, they are published right now, but as for autobiographical works, it wasn't mentioned there. And when she speaks about Russia, she says that she would give her life, her soul for Russia. That is also very important. And just in case, I'd also like to record a small film that we made as students, 2-year students. Together with my friend, we made a trip to make a film about architecture in the north. And we visited the places that are rarely visited by anyone. After the river of Severnaya Dvina in Russia, there are hundreds of miles of forests. Then again, the river, and then the lower land. And the connection between these places was only through the rivers. So we visited, we were happy to visit these rare places, and we were able to film an interesting film about the old churches. And I had the book about the region of Archangelsk. And this film, part of it was made by my friend. And that is the only part of the film where you can see him. Another part of the film was left at the university, and I have kept this film for 60 years. Then I digitalized it and turned it into my alternative film, Russia, Rus, Preserve Yourself. And those words were said once by Nikolai Rubtsov, a famous Russian poet. If you want, later we can also watch this very short film. It is also about Russia. We're working live, so in the chat we have received a question. Probably, if you want, you can give an answer. If you don't want to do that, just let me know. The question is related to a very difficult war that is taking place right now, and almost the whole world is at war against Russia. Are there any facts or historical facts in the letters by Helena Petrovna has there been any positive images given by her about Russia in the war situations? And in your opinion, if Blavatsky were alive right now, would she support Russia right now? Well, she supported Russia in all the situations because she loved Russia so much. Thank you so much. Dr. Srinivasan Kaur, the Doctor of Philosophy from India, you were raising your hand. You have a questions. You wanted to ask Oleg Martynov something, a question. Thank you so much for staying with us. Esteemed Dr. Srinivasan, we're listening to you.
Yes, thank you very much, and good evening to all. hats off to the producer of this docu, Sri Oleg Martynov, for his wonderful presentation of 4 chapters. The 4th chapter at the end, I literally started weeping because I was just listening to the most respected Madam Blavatsky's doctrines and other philosophies and theosophies, the universal brotherhood and etc., who got settled in Adayar, Chennai, in the Theosophical Society of Madras, where she wrote about some hundreds of pages about the secret of doctrine. And one fine morning, she finally left for India in a steamer to elsewhere, driven by an Indian crew, made me to weep for a long time. Literally, it has touched my heart. Hats off to Mr. Martynov. Thank you very much for the organizers.
Это не я уделил внимание Индии.
Well, it wasn't me who paid so much attention to India. It was Blavatsky and her teachers. They paid so much attention to India, and Helena Petrovna loved India so much, this great country. Indeed, the shots from India were full of events, and indeed, we have the impression that you know so much about the history of India, and you have looked through so many pieces of material about India. I'm Azari Alexandrovich, and I'd like to join everyone and to express my gratitude for this film. The film was made in a very good way from the point of view of professionalism. The author, text, the music was chosen perfectly. And I think that making such a film is no coincidence. There are no coincidences in our life. In this film, there are many advantages. There are many things that you were able to do because you felt it. And I believe that this is the film of your life, in a sense. It reflects the purpose of your life, the purpose of your life that you discovered for yourself when you were in your mature years, at the mature age. And without these feelings, you wouldn't have been able to create such a film. So I wish you good health, success, and we hope that you will be able to complete your work on the next part. Thank you. I don't have any questions either. I do hope so much that together with the God's help, I'll complete the 5th chapter of the film. Oleg, we also have a question. We've received a question. You have depicted India so brightly. Have you yourself been to India? Have you been to India? Yes, I have. And much of what you saw in the film was filmed there in India. And for 10 years, I've been on and off in India, filming and working. And all of that became part of the film. The only thing that I regret is that at that time, cameras were not so professional as today, as they are today, because the sharpness aspect is of great value today, because documentary, when a documentary has good sharpness, it gives you more opportunities from the filming standpoint. Thank you. For several times you mentioned the word history. The history, the story that was shown in the film, but at the same time, we need to understand more, and the priest would say that we need to learn more, and it's no sin to learn new things. But in the future, are you going to create the film based not on the history, on the story, but based on the knowledge? Because Blavatsky, in her motto, would say there is no higher, there is no religion, there is truth. And she introduced the term truth, and she introduced this word in the religious aspect. And it was on the border of science and religion, and Theosophy should develop this idea. And unfortunately, as for becoming a student's book, Theosophy is not yet at this level, and there are still many questions that need explanations. And hence the question, is it possible to create a Theosophy studio, a theosophical studio that would specialize on this topic, so that the producers and editors and other filming field professionals would specialize in this particular theme? So we've received a proposal to create a studio so that you wouldn't be alone working on this theosophic topic, on this theme. Well, you know, we have great organizers, and probably I will address your question to them. Evgenia Shaburnikova, she is full of energy, and I think she has everything she needs to organize the work of such a studio. No, the answer is very simple. We can organize anything. The main question is, where are those producers, those filmmakers? We have just met a unique person, Oleg Martynov, and he is the studio. But you know, Blavatsky, she also used to work alone. Tarkovsky was also unique. There are never many of these people who create something so great. Once there is a whole consciousness or a whole group of filmmakers who touch upon this topic, they will start filming more and deepening their knowledge about these topics. And I think the question was really great, because this is the future. This is the future of the evolution. This is the future of society, of the evolution of the consciousness of human minds. And sooner or later, there will be those who will not only continue your work, but they will also expand your work and will meet the demands of the society that are relevant in a particular point of time. These 7 years were the years of Mr. Martynov, who gave this world not a documentary, not a historical film, but a synthesis that touches upon our hearts. I haven't seen any film that would be similar to that. scale. Helena Petrovna Blavatsky is rarely discussed, is rarely depicted in cinematography. And I'm very proud that Martynov also from Russia, and that this film was born in Russia, and that it was launched in Russia. And 7 years is also a particular cycle. So we can say that in another 7, 14, or 21 years, there will be new films, because the number 7 is very symbolic. So there will be new films, I'm sure.
Melissa Barbosa,
Melissa Barbosa, you asked a very good question about the books that one could read to learn more about Elena Petrovna Blavatsky. I would like to apologize, but I would like to add some information on this. The best books to learn about Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, it's The Secret Doctrine. There is no better book about her. Dear colleagues, dear friends in the hall, maybe there are some other questions. I'd like also to say about other thing today. We all know at what point it might be difficult and tedious to start a creative work, because as you notice, it's not a studio work. There is no cinematographic studio that was creating the movie. There was one person working at home, and in his surrounding there is a person, not only the closest, but also the real partner. I'd like to introduce Yelena, the spouse, the wife of Oleg Martynov. Please welcome. How did you survive these 7 years? Well, they were good 7 years. We also work on the English version of all the movies, and I should say that the documentary films he started to make with my impetus. Because me, myself, I lived 20 years in India, in Ramakrishna Mission in Calcutta. Then I was the director of International Rhetoric Center in Mazar. And this time we were traveling in India, and we were filming. And the first movie was about Ganga, the river. It is the name was Kumbh Mela, our movie. And then we made the movie dedicated to 100th anniversary of Rurik's 3-hour movie about Reddick's life, and so we have quite a story of collaboration, not only the story of marriage. And now we were working on the English version. 3 parts were made. I was making a voiceover, and now the 4th part will be finished as well. So this is my little input. The total cooperation. Yes, please. It was told about you that you are working on certain philosophical aspects of rhetoric. Could you comment also on the philosophical interest about Blavatsky? Well, you know, there are so many things. I'm Indologist as profession. I also am an interpreter from Sanskrit. I translated Shankaracharya from Sanskrit to Russian. Now I'm working on translation of the diaries of Elena Ivanovna Redek from Russian into English. Well, it is not, if you know, there are more than 250 diaries, and in this life, I might not finish even the half of it because they're quite long. I'm also a professional astrologist. Well, that's why, unfortunately, I've read everything by Blavatsky in Russian and English, etc. And when I was living in Calcutta, For 9 years, I was a member of Calcutta Theosophical Society, and I visited these mansions quite often and met the members of the Theosophical Society, also visited Adyar. But to make it my profession, I mean the Theosophy, but for Blavatsky Radical Atheism and my translation, there are too many things on my plate, but I'm trying to embrace everything. I would just like to precise, of course, there are three gradations of ideas. There is a high idea of philosophy that was given through Elena Petrovna Blavatsky by the teachers. This is a great shift in the consciousness that occurred. Then Theosophical Society was created. Basically, they are people who are there. And it is a kind of a shape. And shape is always somewhat different from the idea. It is a law. And the third grade is the teaching, the books you were asking about who understood them, who will illustrate them, how will be the scientific research conducted. Of course, I'd like to say that the only source from which all these books of Elena Petrona Blavatsky, Elena Ivanovna Rerich is the only source of Mahatma, because this is the only teaching. Of course, without the basics of the secret doctrine, you will never be able to understand Agni Yoga. As well as without Agni Yoga, it's difficult to understand, impossible to understand the sacred doctrine. It is like inner and outer world, as death and life, as day and night. It is the flow of the internal perpetual movement. Well, if you have a question, please introduce yourself. My name is Burmistrova Marina. Hello. Are you from Moscow? Yes, and I am a Tsigun and Tai Chi Qigong teacher, and I'm an athlete in the past. Well, maybe you have a question to Oleg Fedorovich or feedback. Well, I am impressed. I have already seen parts of this movie. It is wonderful. I just would like to wish you very, very long years of life, and I wish the fifth chapter to be created. Yes, this is very important. We all wish the fifth chapter to be born, and we would like to thank Oleg Fedorovich, Yelena, and thank you very much for being together, for working together, and for having this power of creating this wonderful eternal cinema together. And Oleg Fedorovich, maybe your response. Everybody's wishing you long life and creating the fifth chapter. Well, the fifth chapter is indeed a very important chapter, which ends, in the second chapter. I'm saying that Elena Petrovna, when there are fields and all that, Elena Petrovna left her old, worn up body and changed it to the new one. And I'm not saying anything. Indeed, the departure of Elena Petrovna from the earthly plane was connected with the teachers, with the great masters. And for them, it was very important to find parents or to let this kind of high spirit to reborn such high spirit as Elena Petrovna. And when they found those teachers, they put them together with great difficulty. They had to take Elena Petrovna very quickly from her physical life and put her into the new family. And she was born in Hungary. She lived up to 20 years old, and she went to ashrams. And this will be the end of the fifth chapter. Little disclaimer, Oleg Fedorovich, we have questions online. Our young generation, a very curious one, they're saying, what else are you going to talk about in the fifth chapter but for Elena Petrovna's departure? Will there be information how she was writing the secret doctrine? How long will it last? And tell us everything. Of course, the creative process was a very important for her, and it was an act of choice because before starting to write, or in the beginning of writing of the secret doctrine, the teachers sent one wonderful lady, Lady Bachmeister, medium, and she served Blavatsky more than Olcott in his time. And with her help, she would start writing the secret doctrine. Yet Blavatsky was very sick. She was deadly sick. The countess would send her doctors from France, from Germany, from somewhere else. 3 doctors confirmed that she was dying, and they didn't know how Blavatsky was living at all. And one day, the lady, the Countess Wachmeister, who spent the whole night by Blavatsky's bed, she fell asleep. And when she woke up, Blavatsky was sitting in the chair, cheerful, and rolling her cigarette. And she told, the teacher came to me and told me, your choice, you deserve peace and rest, and you can use it. But we ask you, please stay and write the secret doctrine. Another time, the teacher healed Blavatsky, and from that moment, that very difficult everyday work on the secret doctrine started, which was transferred to London. The teacher gathered together young people who helped her because she could also write these pages of the books on astral plane. But 83 or 38, she could mix it, and those young editors would correct these little things. Well, I'm not telling anything anymore to keep it secret. Thank you very much. Well, I see we have Rotterdam, Netherlands, online, Mr. Arthurhorst. Please, dear Art, the floor is yours if you want to share your feedback.
Well, I really love the music. It's a great compliment. I also love to see that she's preaching or she's telling people about peace and that we live all together on the big planet and we have to share it as best as we know it. So let the theosophical peace talk also be in Moscow and all around the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gerard. Greetings from Russia to the whole Netherlands. Thank you for being with us today. Thank you for your feedback. And I would like to give the floor to St. Petersburg, Alexander Kuleshov, for your feedback about 2 days for parts and your question to Oleg Fedorovich Martynov. St. Petersburg, Russia. The question is about the history, because at that time we didn't have enough material. For example, at some point there was only one Ukrainian movie and one Russian movie, and Out of all the movies I've seen, I'm so much impressed by yours. The name, the beauty is the garment of truth, the text, all just captured me and enchanted me. And I think it's one of the best documentaries about Elena Petrovna Blavatsky. This is my feedback. And the question is about the media. As professional of the movie making, how do you think what could be done to develop this kind of movies and develop theosophy, maybe some abstract films maybe made based on the secret doctrine, or maybe we could create a graphic, making some other documentaries. Do you think it is important for this sort of development? Thank you very much, St. Petersburg. I understood the question. I would say that the fourth chapter was quite difficult for me because if first three chapters Blavatsky was a disciple, she was in her apprenticeship stages, traveling in different countries. She gave me an opportunity to connect to her trips and show those wonderful places and pictures, and also show some philosophical groups. All those things helped with the picture. Yet the fourth one was the most difficult, and here I had to use the animation, even though it's not an animation. They just modern technologies. I used Photoshop, and I had to add the environment so that we could have some documentary photography that I have. Documentary photographies on the empty background is not interesting. Yet when I was putting them in the surrounding interior or landscape of that time, it starts working in way more dimensional and interesting way, and it is more interesting, of course. And here I used a lot of Photoshop. I would place here or inside the interior or landscape. I would look for those interiors, and when we were telling about the creation of the Theosophical Society and the 20 persons who created the Theosophical Society, I would look for those exact 20 persons of that time, and I would just add them all together. Alcott, Judge, etc. And this also make the picture and the story nearer and more intimate. This is all the work because I did not use the animation in proper sense because multiplication is a picture in movement. Yet Photoshop is something different. But here we're talking about documentary filmmaking. There are some advantages. When I'm showing a static movie, it is an image. When the image starts to move, it somehow disappears. The movement destroys the image. That's why we need to work different. Yet the picture keeps the image, and this is an advantage of the static image. This is what I want to say about the animation. Thank you very much. We would like to hear Russia, Rostov-on-Don, Diana, Valery Kretzer, your feedback, your impressions, maybe a short question if you have any. Hello, dear friends. We would like to say that your movie is so precious, and we were looking for information about Line Petrovna. We didn't know about your movie. We only saw the first and second parts. We we're so grateful because information there is not many, not much, and you know, the movies with the use of actors may become old, yet documentaries are eternal. Thank you very much for your kindness, for your beauty, for uh, your sincerity that you conveyed in your movie. And the question is, how did you select the information? Because there are many facts from Elena Petrovna's life. How did you choose which steps in your life you would use in the movie? Oh, yes, the information. Of course, I had to read a lot. I read all Blavatsky's writings, all that has ever been published, and I would try to find different peculiar features and points. Yet in the psychological portrait, of course, I used a lot your letters, your correspondence to Senate, to Prince Kondakov, and to your family. And those letters provided me with that necessary information that is now this kind of information in any other biographical. Well, how did they work? No, the question was a bit different because you were saying how you found information that can only be found in the letters and correspondence. Of course, we see that you have read many letters, but the question was if you had a scenario, you have a playwright, because usually one writes a scenario, then one makes a movie. And how did you proceed? Well, I'm sorry, but I have to say that I worked from the white sheet, tabula rasa, as if the first people who would take the camera and started to make a movie. So I was in this kind of situation. So there were no preliminary texts or scenarios. I was only continuing the book of Sylvia Cranston and following the facts. So there is an episode, and I'm starting to look for the material visual for this. Why it took me so long? Because it is not always easy to find a picture, and one needs to read a lot to understand what picture would correspond exactly to the psychological aspect of the episode. This kind of movie can only be made when one feels free. No serial production can make this kind of movies because the when time and money and time is money are involved, it is not possible. There are limits within you have to work, and one cannot afford working for a long time. That's why there is a scenario, and then one adjusts the scenario to the filmmaker, so-called director's scenario, and then the editing. It is the key point when the movie is created. So here it was, everything was different. Thank you very much. And you know, for me as a creative person, now we heard the main concept of the way and the creative path of Oleg Martynov. Now I will ask Kato Godi about his opinion.
For me, the genius of Martynov is that there was no script written for the film. And I find it amazing the way that we were able to see the plot develop and getting enriched by your research, by the material. And I had a question, why does it feel as if Blavatsky were breathing, were live near me? And this film was made recently, and as the teacher said, in the sixth race, when we get to the level of the development, when the thought will be manifested straight away at the momentous, it means that we will be in the sixth race. And today we became the participants of the event that enabled us to see that the film was made in the momentous. And I think that is what makes the film unique. Thank you so much. I'd like to add very briefly, it was possible thanks to modern technology. When I have to work in difficult conditions with terrible cameras, in the past, the weight of the camera was about 40 kilos. The camera stand was about 20 kilos, but contemporary technologies enabled me to use very lightweight cameras, video cameras that just hung on your neck, and you can use this modern technology and do the work that you like. And in production, I always say the composers and artists are the happiest in the world. Painters, artists have paints, and composers have paper and a pen. And today, this technology made it possible for me to stay at home, to get outside when I need, but all that was planned beforehand. But in other words, to stay at home and to create films using these contemporary technologies. So I like to thank our scientific thought, the contemporary scientific thought. Thank you. Indeed, you are in line with the science. Mr. Stridget could be, how could you comment on this thought by Martynov? All the 4 parts of the film were made without the script. Could you comment on this? Have any films been filmed without a script in your country?
No, I don't think so, because we have some filmmakers have following some scripts very adamantly. They are following scripts. Some are not bothered about the scripts, but here we can see that a lot of films are very commercial films. There is art kind of movies is very rare in India. That's why they are following some kind of patterns like melodramas like that. So that the script is very necessary here. Some of the filmmakers they're not following the scripts, and some are some kind of personal cinemas we can see here in India. We have a lot of languages, so we have a lot of films in different culture, in different languages. So there is no strict in the following the script. Some are, and some are not bothered about the script. Some are very strictly following the scripts. That's here happening.
Да, и есть уникальный случай.
Yes, and there's also the unique case of Oleg Martynov when he uses no script at all, because what is happening right now, this is the image coming to life. And I think all the theosophic films, the films with this metaphysical topic, are very relevant. And probably this approach works better. Thank you so much for your comment. We have a question from the city of Samara, Yuri Butin. I give you the floor. You asked us a question. Hello, everyone.
Очень признателен, конечно, Олегу Федоровичу за его фильм. И у меня вот такой возник фильм, потому что, снимая такой фильм, вот это вот чуткое отношение, конечно, к творчеству, и человек, когда, то есть надо пережить всю жизнь Елены Петровны Блаватской, чтобы снять такой фильм. И у меня вот такой вопрос, вот, переживая, какие необычные у вас были
My question is,
не явления, а вот такие вот переживания внутренние или внутренние какие-то
have
откровения,
there been any emotions
когда
or
вы этот
any
фильм вот создавали?
discoveries that you
Такой
made
вопрос.
when making
Спасибо.
this film? Thank you.
Да, сложный вопрос. И даже не
Well,
знаю, как на
I
него
think it's not a simple question.
Я включался в каждый эпизод, который я выбирал
Each episode that I
биографического
chose
повествования,
from
я
the whole
посвящал
biography
своим существом. И как я вам уже сказал,
was chosen for a particular reason, and I gave myself to each episode. And of course, there were some of the episodes from her life that I wasn't able to include in the film because if you include way too many episodes, the film will become boring and way too long. I've been working in fiction films for 40 years, and I've seen it way too many times when producers and filmmakers would just get way too attached to one emotion and they would prolong this emotion for way too long. And this kills the episode. And when you watch it from a side, you notice it, but the filmmaker cannot see it because he sees it from another point of view. So I always try to take that into account. All the episodes that I made, I gave myself to each episode, but I knew that I couldn't prolong the emotions. So the main thing that you try to do is to avoid prolonging the episodes. Right. I tried to avoid making an episode boring because it could become way too long. But I loved many episodes, and I have made a new edition of the film. I made some of the episodes shorter. Now I can notice that the traveling across the sea episodes take up way too much time, and at the time of making the film, I wasn't able to notice it, but now I can see it. So it's like taking a fresh look at your work. Are there any people in your family that you show the film in advance to take the recommendations, to ask for advice? I always invite my friends, Andrei Kluyev, Elena, because she has her own critical mind and perception. Also, I always invite Yulia for her feedback, because she would say, well, I think that in episode 4, she just looked at a very small episode, which was a very complicated one, and including Judge and Blavatsky. So 2 characters would be together in a film, and if you watch the images in the film, it was a little bit boring. So I always show each episode to my friends and family, to the nearest and dearest, so that they would have their own fresh look at my work and correct me. And it just reminds me of the experience of Andrei Tarkovsky. When making a film, he would invite a cleaner, just a cleaner in the studio. He asks a regular cleaner, in her opinion, what episode, what part of the film for her seems way too boring. And she answers him, and he cuts this episode out of the film. So I think refusing from a particular part of your work or a particular episode in your work is the specifics of the work of those people who in the end produce very accurate works, pieces of art. Thank you so much for being able to refuse from including
wait along episodes into a film. Elena Domina from the city of Krasnoyarsk has a question. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank you for this unique work, because for everyone who's interested, for everyone who wants to learn more about themselves, can delve into the essence of the human nature, of the human work on themselves, and it's very hard to express it. But I think it's the work for the greatest good, and she sacrificed her health to that. And my question is, how did you come with this name of the film? Well, I must say that this is a citation. This is a quote by Konstantin Rurich, and probably the teacher offered this quote to him. Dostoevsky would also say that beauty will save the world, and I think the name of the film has the same meaning. Everything that's in balance, harmonious, and everything that's in line with the divine nature is the opposite to what is evil. I'd like to give you the floor. Tatiana Shevelova, the head of the Rurich Cultural Center, Karelia. I would like to have a fresh look at the film, the fresh look of a cleaner, and comment on the episode that I think is not of harmonious nature, and I don't like it. One of the episodes, the very first episode with a priest, it was a terrible episode. Well, I think this episode is very interesting because Father Dmitry christened me in the past. Can you imagine that? I have this experience. That was the person that you were able to see in the very beginning of the film. And in the very beginning of the film, he said that Helena Petrovna is what she was, in other words, introducing the representative of a church, a religious group in this film. I think is a good thing because everyone would see what the truth is. There is no religion higher than the truth. The city of Saratov has also joined us, Svetlana, the city of Saratov. My apologies, the city of Kirov. Svetlana. Good afternoon. Thank you for this very deep analysis and this deep film. I had many questions and almost all of them have been answered. I have only one question. The depth of the film impresses me. Can we say that the film is symbolic? There are many notions, many symbols, such as a Theosophy cat, a small white dog, the Bay of Biscay.
Собачка. Значит, это не символы, это не
Those
символы.
were not symbols.
Тоже взято из письма к родным.
Those were parts of the letters to the family, when she says that the teacher put a small white dog on her leg. It was taken from the correspondence. One of the episodes took place in India. Swambhaji, a spiritual person, had ashram, and many people would come for him, for his help. And one woman would bring a sick child to him, and the child had a skin type of disease. He had on his territory part where there were animals, and when a child was sitting on the carpet, a dog would come up to the dog would come up to a child and would start licking a child, and mother would rush to the carpet to take the child away, but the man said, don't leave the child be there, and the child as a result got healed, but the dog died later. So I think everything has a meaning, and I'd like to confirm this case. It took place in Ashan, and parents of this child they had visited all the doctors and to no avail, and then they came to Ashan, and indeed there was the scene. There were German shepherds. They sat for a while with the child, and before coming up to the child, the German shepherd looked at Shramiji, and he just nodded, and the dog came up to the child, indeed licked the whole child, and then without any types of medicine, the child just got healed and the dog died. But I think it's no miracle. As Blavatsky said, there are no miracles. There are different levels of knowledge. Could you introduce yourself, please? I'm Irina Starkova. I'm an astrologist, a psychologist, and I think it's a mystical story about how I got here, but I'm not going to dwell on this. I was watching the film as a psychologist, and the first two parts really impressed me. We've seen great reviews of contemporary psychological techniques, and I were able to notice that the image of a butterfly, and I'd like to thank you separately for that, because contemporary psychology uses more and more images to heal souls faster, so that people would develop better, and that really impressed me. Thank you. The images that touch upon our hearts, that are very close to humans, music, a bird, a butterfly, it really impresses us so much that we start crying. And how we're able to find these images. I'd also like to comment on the question regarding the symbols. Indeed, a butterfly is the symbol of the occult knowledge. It's one of the most ancient symbols. And knowing that, I started using those symbols. Before Alcott doing his tedious work and working on the tedious calculations, while doing the tedious calculations, he put his pen away, and because he saw a butterfly that helped him to get out of his robotic state, because he was so tired. And he says that he remembered something really important, and that prompted him to start traveling. So these are the powers, the forces that really influence us. And thank you for voicing this thought. Irina Yeremina, the city of Moscow, astrologist. I have a question. Helena Blavatsky is indeed an unusual person, individual, and there are very few such people in the world. And her soul is a very high nature, is a very high level, and I'm sure that she helped you during your work. were able to feel her support and help when you were working on this film? I can say that yes. I don't know if it was her help or someone else's help, but I always feel this support. I'd like to give you an example. Part 4 of the film ends with her phrase. She says, I'm ill, I'm terminally ill. And then it is followed by the misunderstandings in the Theosophic Society, and it will be depicted in detail in part 5 of the film. And I've almost completed this part of the film, and then I just was passing by, and in the corridor I saw the book by Dante, The Divine Comedy, and it just caught my eye. And for a couple of days, this thought wouldn't leave me. How can I use Dante in my work? And the first lines that about life were used in my film. I don't remember the exact lines, but they really amazed me. It was about being in the dark forest, finding yourself in the dark forest when half of your life is already behind you. These lines remain in the film. The dark forest are the sins of human beings. Why would I start reading Dante? Dante was translated into Russian by the writer Pasternak, and I don't like poems by Pasternak, but this translation of the book enabled me to get to know about Dante, and this line was very close to me because my life also, half of my life was also behind me at that time. And I think that there are those symbols around us, those things that we start noticing. And it's great to start an episode with a part of the epos, and it is like the beginning that gives the tone, the character, a particular tone to the whole part of the film. Thank you so much. And we've received also greetings from Michelina Foster from California, a great film. I woke up at 3 a.m. I stayed with you each precious second of watching the film. Perfect work. I'm sure that Madame Blavatsky is now smiling.
And this wonderful point, Oleg Fyodorovich told that he likes to start everything with the verse, kind of singing. And today we dedicate this day to the White Lotus, and let us hear your favorite song, the favorite song of Elena Petrovna Blavatsky.
Александр Вертинский, «Ноченька». Любимая песня.
Alexander Vertinsky, Nochinka or Sweet Night, the favorite song of Elena Petrovna Blavatsky. Dear friends, our meeting is ending, and we would like to, from the bottom of our hearts, from all the countries, all the cities of the Russian Federation who connected to us, all these sweet, kind faces, your partners, your associates, those who helped you, who support you, who were there. We would like to sincerely wish you of good health and inspiration for work, so that Elena Petrovna Blavatsky's smile continues to stay with you, so that you finish the fifth chapter, and that all those long scenes make part of the movie, because we will be waiting impatiently and we'll be happy to see all of them. Well, let's do the long sequences. Yes, that's an important thing, but yet, you know, we always learn from life. And this song is a wonderful inspiration for the filmmaker, for the director, because you need exact words which would be perfect for this short verse. Everybody knows the Russian song about the roads. It's a war song. And it is so difficult to make it so short yet so striking, with very few possibilities, very few words, just express the drama and the pain of war. Just several phrases in few words. It's just genius and incredible. If you describe it, you might use dozens of pages to describe the situation. And I would like to make this kind of movie very expressive and very short. So this very nice, sweet song, "The Sweet Night," we heard the word, the heartfelt friend, and we would like to wish you all to have Elena Petrovna Blavatsky as your close to heart, heartfelt friend. Please applause for Oleg Martynov and also our interpreters, Olga Tomchuk, Ksenia Persova, Sergei Skin, Polina Romancheva. Please applause for all our technical meeting and those who helped us to organize it, helped us to convey the meaning for our English-speaking partners. Technical support, Maxim Yedgorov, Alexander Kuleshov, Yuri Butin, Maxim Yedgorov, Mr. Brezhnev. Please applause to our dear technical team and thank you all the participants, all those who could come here on Saturday with your eyes, your smiles, your knowledge and your thought. They made this meeting possible and so wonderful. Our deepest reverence to all of you and Oleg Fedorovich Martynov. The beauty is the garment of truth. Thank you very much.